This is We All Be, news-free Dixie for the 21st century. See how it works? Somewhere. Can you dig it?
And so just want you to know. Man, I looked at that smile on your face just now. And the first time I ever wished I was a photographer to take that picture and let the world see that honesty and that integrity. And know some of the things I know, how you drive all over the country to chase us down. Chase us down. Okay? We move so fast. I don't know if you're married. I don't know if you're a family. I don't know if you're a wife. Okay? But when we get on here, we bosom friends. Anytime I see you, I stop whatever I'm doing. Hey, my man, how are you? Hey. Hey, man, what, that's, I owe that to you. It's an obligation that you have. How old are you?
Oh, 36.
So you don't have the right to do what 36 people do. You don't have the right to go to the dance or go to the party. You don't have a right to take that trip to Europe when I might need that plane fare to fly somebody else to feed my people that love me. Mm-hmm. You feed them. Oh, it's one thing being hungry from food. Right. There's another thing being hungry for information.
That's right.
And that's you the feeder. You got to be the farmer. You got to grow the crop. Huh? You got to till the grain. And at nighttime, when you hear something that sounds like water, you got to go and see if the crop's going to be flooded. That's your job, man.
Guess who's back? Back again. Brother Ron. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's black? Guess who's back? Guess who's black? Guess who's biz back? Is your friend, Brother Ron. We All Be news-free Dixie for the 21st century. That's We All Be news-free Dixie for the 21st century. It's a interesting time to be alive. I'm like Johnny Five. I'm alive like Johnny Five. And AI, not like Allen Iverson, artificial intelligence rules everything around me. Welcome to the show, folks. The games. Thank you. I'm your host, Brother Ron, R2C2H2, the artist. Peace out there, Grant. Thank you for tuning in or tuning out to tune in to get in where you fit in. You are in the right place among family and friends. This is We All Be news-free Dixie for the 21st century. Thank you so much. It's going to be an interesting show. It's like time just really flies when you're having fun. And I'm just trying to get myself in the mindset of doing more of these lives because we're all the way live. We're all the way live and live in color. There's so much going on. Like the Georgia primaries are interesting right now. All right. Peace and blessings to you, HH. Thank you so much. Influence 1414. What it do? Peace, love, blessings, prosperity for you all out there. This Georgia race is interesting. The runoff elections between Reverend Raphael Warnock, I think is Raphael Warnock, the incumbent, who haven't really been in office that long, but he's the incumbent. I say incumbent or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Brother Al Kirk, for your donation. We love you madly. You say you are necessary, brother. Keep feeding the people. I will feed y'all till y'all can't take no more. So I thank you, incumbent. Yeah. Actually, I've been doing some calls. I've been participating in doing calls down in Georgia. So I've been calling people. It's been an interesting experience calling these people reminding them to vote in the runoff elections. It's amazing. I didn't know you could get you could do 100 calls in 1 hour. I had no idea that was possible to do 100 calls plus in 1 hour. Even talking to a couple of people while you do the calls, I was able to do 100 calls in 1 hour. Right? It's interesting. Now you don't to talk to people about their politics. Like some people, you tell them who you are and what you're doing. I'm run and I'm calling action about have you registered to vote or are you going to participate in the runoff election? Are you going to vote? And some people just hang up in your face. I don't even read the script no more. I just improv the script, right? You know, it's like it's funny. I improv the script. Get a lot of calls to go directly to voicemail. You get some people that answer the phone and then you try to do your little spiel, they hang up in your face. And you learn how not to take those personally because we don't know each other. They might be good people, whatever, for whatever reason that they want to talk. And then you got people that will talk, that will engage you. And the people that I have engaged, most of them, they say they're voting for Walker. Most of the people down there are voting for Walker. And here's the thing about the South. We don't like outsiders meddling in our business. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people that say they're going to vote or have voted for Herschel, they sound like Herschel. See, that's the thing. People making fun of Herschel Walker about the way he sounds and acts. You know, there's a lot of people in Georgia that can identify with Herschel Walker, and I believe he's going to win. I'm gonna call it. It's today's date, November 30th. It's 11:15 p.m. Central. Herschel Walker will win the Senate race in Georgia on my mind. But I even talked to a friend. She voted for Warnock, not because she loved the guy, not because he's a great candidate, but because she's whatever. She's liberal, Democrat, whatever. But she said the turnout, it took her a minute to cast her vote. But she feel like the vibe was definitely pro Walker. When she went to cast her vote, it was definitely pro Walker. Like I said, I did over 100 plus phone calls. I was able to do 100 calls almost in 1 hour. And the people I got a chance to was a small handful. They were voting for Herschel Walker. I talked to a guy. His preacher, his pastor, has a relationship with Herschel. He knows Herschel well. And he said the people at his church are going to vote for Herschel Walker. And you got to think about it. Herschel's going up against a minister. Reverend Raphael Warnock is the pastor. He's the pastor at Ebenezer. That's Dr. King's old stomping ground. So he's part of this amazing legacy at Ebenezer, right? But still, people are kind of like on the fence about him. And it's interesting because Stacy Abrams is interesting to me. Stacy did not win. She got spanked this time around. She got spanked by Brian Kemp, who also sounds like a Herschel Walker. See, Brian Kemp won convincingly this time around. Brian Kemp sounds like a Georgian, like what Georgians sound like Herschel Walker. And Brian Kemp been stumping for Herschel. Stacy, what's interesting about Stacy Abrams is that she probably could have been senator right now. She was a better candidate for senator than Warnock is. To me, the smart play would have been to run her as the Senate candidate for the Democratic Party out of Georgia. She probably could have won. She may not would have been in a runoff, but the problem with Stacy Abrams is she's highly intelligent. She's very intelligent. She's good with policy. She's a policy wonk. She's a great at strategy, but she's not great with people. She's not good at engaging the base for whatever reason. She was able to allegedly register 1 million Georgians to vote in the 2020 elections, but she didn't have that magic. She did most of her fundraising was outside the state of Georgia. She raised a whole lot of money outside the state of Georgia. I read an article not too long after the elections when she lost convincingly to Brian Kemp. It was a black man radio personality down in Georgia who tried to get Stacy Abrams on his platform. He voted for Stacy Abrams, and he tried to get her on the platform before the elections. And I think she called in. I think she was offended by something he may have said or was taken out of context. And they engaged over the phone. I don't know, the article was in the New York Times or whatever. Y'all probably read it. I know a lot of y'all pretty well versed in politics. But he was basically saying, look, man, I voted for you. We wanted to help you. Like, you had black frats and sorority, the boule, they try to help Stacy. They say, well, we can help meet and greets and stuff, Stacy. You had the frats and sororities trying to engage her people to get Stacy to come out. And I think Stacy was like, I just rather do a Zoom call. All I want to do is a Zoom and a Zoom. Then F your vote. All I want to do is a Zoom and a Zoom call. That's what Stacy was doing. Meanwhile, Brian Kemp is meeting with King Randall. That's an interesting name. It's King Randall down in Albany. He met with Killer Mike. Killer Mike came out with a song. He was sampling 3 6 Mafia and all that. See, Memphis is such a powerful cultural phenomenon, man. Everybody, y'all sample our barbecue. I know people making fun of a cat who held the sign that Memphis got the better barbecue. He was at the Tennessee Titans versus Kansas City Chiefs game. And I got people from Kansas City. Kansas City got some pretty good barbecue. They got some good barbecue. Arthur Bryant's, Gates Barbecue, a lot of that stuff. Heard about the quarter 39 place. But here, whatever you may think about Memphis, know that Memphis taught y'all barbecue. We not only gave y'all Charlie Parker. See, Charlie Parker dad is from Memphis. Y'all claim Bird, but Bird dad is from Memphis. What Bird did on the saxophone is like what dudes do in Memphis called juking. He had that rhythm is our business. How he be doing that stuff on the saxophone. His daddy was a dancer from Memphis. His dad used to dance and play piano on the Chitlin circuit. And the cat who created modern barbecue, is from the Memphis area. He's from Shelby County. His name was Henry Perry. That's a righteous ancestor. He moved to Kansas City in the early 1900s. He trained the guys that eventually become his proteges. They eventually found the barbecue places like Arthur Bryant's and Gates Barbecue. So it was a cat from the Memphis area that taught you Kansas City folks, Kansas City people, how to barbecue. Never forget, Memphis, we produce master teachers. Memphis get a bad rep about crime. Crime is everywhere. Can't avoid it. It's part of the system. Because where there are police and law enforcement in greater numbers, that's crime. Crime is well organized by the system to create a profit for the powers that be. But yeah, Memphis gave y'all barbecue. We gave y'all Charlie Parker, Kansas City. His dad is from Memphis. The cat that taught y'all barbecue is from Memphis. Put some respect on our name, okay? Memphis is a beautiful country. It's a beautiful country. What dudes say? Beautiful. It's a beautiful country. Memphis powerful. I can't help the cats in Memphis don't know how powerful we are. That's on them. But yeah. But Killer Mike had a song that came out because people was getting on Killer Mike's head, say you gonna cost Stacy the election and all that, talking ish. And he was sampling at 3 6. He put that Memphis flavor. He put that flavor on there. He's talking his ish. Like Lord Infamous, okay? Actually, I rode a mega bus from Atlanta with Lord Infamous and Frazier Boy. I got the photographs to prove this back in March of 2013 on the bus with Lord Infamous, Frazier Boy, and some other rap notables. Memphis rap royalty was on the bus as well. And that's the same year that Lord Infamous died. He died later on that year, but he was sick on the bus. He was like, it's like he was sick on the bus and stuff. It was unfortunate, but yeah, I got a story to tell. We was riding from the ATL. We caught that red eye mega bus from the ATL. This is after I came from that meeting with Cynthia McKinney and the irritated genie and Dr. Randy Short. I did my last live about agents and ops and all that stuff. And like I tell y'all got to stop it with that nonsense, because like the irritated one, like he never hid the fact he was at Homeland Security. It's like y'all don't understand. Like you in the DMV, a lot of them black folks got government jobs. Your mailman is just like the CIA. Anybody that comes in and encounter with information, because people think the mailman, hey, my mail, I'm about a postal distribution hub. Sometimes I get mail that was mailed in the city. I don't get it till weeks later, and I'm right by the hub. You understand? I'm right by the postal hub, and my mail don't even come to me even when it's mailed in the city until like a couple weeks later, which is weird. And I wouldn't be surprised if I ever found out that they were looking through my mail. You know what I'm saying? Because postal people are postal for a reason. They're interesting crew. But I'm talking about, but they were talking about black men was costing Stacy Abrams. No, Stacy Abrams took the black base in general for granted. She took the black voter in Georgia for granted. She didn't even try to campaign. She just said, I had them locked up. I got them locked down like Akon. I got them. They got me. They don't have you. Because really the black vote didn't cost. I mean, she just didn't do all she could. Brian Kemp, he went out there in politics. He glad hand. He slapped backs, whatever you do as a politician. Stacey Abrams didn't want to hug people. I think they said she had a phobia, or she has a phobia about hugging, allegedly, according to the article I read. She don't like to really touch. He's really particular about her space. But I'm saying you're in the wrong arena if you particular about your space, because politicians, they all about glad hand and all that, kissing babies, and she didn't want to do all that. And so she lost. And also it's the fact that she talked about how much you want to be president. You can have them type of aspirations, but you got to start, you got to put Georgia first. You running for governor of Georgia, not the governor of the United States of America. But her attention was outside of Georgia. And she said some things in the press that may have been taken out of context, like she kind of put down Georgia, like she really wasn't trying to get with the constituency, or she was focused too much on certain demographics and neglected others. She took them for granted. Because black men, I'm tired of people crapping on black men. If it wasn't for black men sacrificing, nobody would have the votes outside of white men. Let me say this a couple of times. If it wasn't for black men sacrificing, fighting, and dying for the right to be citizens, nobody outside of white males will have the privilege of voting. Nobody. And what's interesting about white women, see, white women, I don't know why black women think that white women are their natural allies or political allies. They always sell y'all out. History, like the fact that the first woman senator in United States history, U.S. senator, is from Georgia. Rebecca Latimer Felton. She advocated for the mass lynching of black people. And she's the first female U.S. senator, and she comes from the great state of Georgia. Okay? So for y'all to keep on trying to throw black men under the bus, it's despicable. The disrespect you show your black sons and fathers and brothers and uncles and granddads and all that stuff is just got to stop. Once again, nobody would have the franchise without the sacrifices of black men. Stop crapping on the brothers. Okay, Stacy Abrams lost it because she took black folks for granted. That's why she lost that election. She took us for granted. She thought that we supposed to do because she's black. And we got to get beyond that, Jack, because everybody that got your skin ain't your kin. And your kin ain't always your friend. Everybody that got your skin ain't always your kin, and your kin ain't always your friend. Now, okay, get out of that. Oh, I voted for because she looked like me. They'll be the worst people to vote for a lot of times, the people that look like you, because they don't put you first. Black folks are the only group of people that seem to be conditioned to put everybody else first before our own selves. To put everybody else needs first before y'all worry about Ukraine. You ain't got Wi-Fi in your neighborhood, and you worry about Ukraine. Let the Bidens worry about Ukraine. Okay. You don't worry. You worry about where you at. Getting Wi-Fi in the place that you live. Getting heat in the place that you live. Getting fed in the place that you live. Stop worrying about everybody and put everybody's needs before your own. That's how it works. If the ant stop like black people, if ants stop like black people, they be freezing outside with the grasshopper. If ants stop like black people, they be freezing outside with the grasshopper, because you be working hard for everybody else, but you don't work for yourself. When it comes to yourself, you're too tired to advocate. You're too tired to organize. You're too tired to build. That's a dang shame. I'm open. Georgia's a great place. Well, you tell Dr. Short, y'all jam up Dr. Short. Dr. Short don't treat me white. He too busy blowing up. I guess he's too big for my platform. I reached out to Dr. Short because people were trying to send me money to give him. I said, why they don't send him the money? Send me money, by the way. I want money. I need money. I need some money. He on the 1B's show. Y'all go on the 1B. They hanging out. But I'm trying to reach the Dr. Short. Dr. Short ain't returning by text. Dr. Short said he ain't gonna treat me white. He gonna treat me black. I guess y'all can tell him that. I said so. Maybe he might contact me after this show. We see how much power and juice I got. You know what's interesting? Y'all make fun of Herschel Walker. You know, y'all remember Woodrow Wilson, the president of the United States? Woodrow Wilson, the one who helped to create the Federal Reserve, the one who helped create the IRS, the one who helped resurrect the Klan, the Democrat that black leadership said was like the second coming of Lincoln, the cat that when he became president, he resegregated the federal government in D.C. and D.C. City proper. I don't think Woodrow Wilson learned how to read until he was 12 or 13 years old. So Woodrow Wilson, one of the president of the United States, he didn't learn how to read till he was about 12 years old. And he was the president of Princeton University and also the governor of New Jersey. He also was best friends with Thomas Dixon, the cat who wrote The Klansman, which is the foundation for the movie Birth of a Nation, which resurrected the Ku Klux Klan, which Woodrow Wilson screened in the White House. And he paraphrased Woodrow Wilson is like writing history with lightning. He didn't know how to read till he was 12 years old. So I don't, y'all, that's pretty damn good for Herschel to get this far in the game and not knowing how to read until he about almost 60 years old. Let me look at what I want to make sure I got that right about Woodrow Wilson. That's why the phone, man, these smartphones. Learn to read. And he was a Democrat. And guess what? They what they created the Federal Reserve. The idea, how they helped to manifest the Federal Reserve. Where was they at? Georgia. They went to Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. That's how they came up with the idea that all the banking powers, the Rothschild agents, the people in the government, they went down to Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia to create this Illuminati tool known as the Federal Reserve, which is not really federal. That happened in Georgia. Georgia is a deep state. It's a deep South state, but it's a deep state. Don't forget that the Centers for Disease Control is located where? Georgia. It's located in Georgia. Now my internet ain't working. Y'all don't forget about Dr. Timothy Cunningham, the brother that used to work at the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. Let me see. Okay, it said Woodrow Wilson, who had a career as an academic and university president before entering politics. Did not learn to read until he was 10, likely due to dyslexia. Okay, that's what it says here. I heard it one source that says 12. Okay, so he's like he didn't learn how to read till he was 10. People say he don't have enough experience. Did Barack Obama have enough experience to become president of the United States? I think the most qualified. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. It'll come to me. But anyway, politics is weird. Voting politics is weird. A lot of these presidents. I mean, we talk about the president. Can Joe Biden know what year it is? Does he know when Laundry Day is? You know, a lot of these representative politicians are not really running things. The thing about politics is that anybody could be put in a position, and as long as they got their puppet strings attached, you know, the politicians are not really leaders. Y'all do know that the politicians don't lead, right? They represent the interests of the entities and individuals or corporations or whoever put them in that position. They don't do no independent thing. They are controlled by the people who write the big checks that don't bounce. That's who really control. So Brian Kemp ain't really the leader. He's a representative of the interests or whatever that put him there. And you can find out who put these people there by following the paper trail. For example, Barack Obama, he was put in power by who? Who was the biggest campaign contributor to Barack Obama in 2008? Take a look. It's all online. I'm going to tell y'all, Goldman Sachs put a lot of money behind Barack Obama in 2008 to become president. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs has been controlling the government for over the last 20 plus years that we know of. Goldman Sachs had people in the Bill Clinton administration. They had people in the George W. Bush administration. So Goldman Sachs have been de facto government for the last 20 plus years in a lot of ways. You understand? They was the biggest campaign contributor for Barack Obama. Timothy Geithner, his Secretary of Treasury, who didn't pay his income tax. This is a Secretary of Treasury who did not pay his income tax. I think he hired illegals to work in his household, and he came out of Goldman Sachs. The Supreme Court justices that Barack Obama nominated, I know Sotomayor had ties to Goldman Sachs. So Herschel Walker, to me, he's a wild card. I don't know, what's going to happen with him in there, but hopefully it won't be business as usual. We need to shake up things. Like, I don't trust people who say that they protesting. How can you why do you protest? How is it a protest when people apply for permits? If you're applying for a permit for your protest event, it's not a protest. It's a rally. It's a march. It's parade. When you protest something, you are disrupting business as usual. I believe that putting Herschel in will be good for America in a way because it won't be business as usual. We may have a chance to get some so-called, what y'all call tangibles out this whole deal. Yeah, Goldman, you know what? The Democrats sold out organized labor. It was on the Clinton administration. They sold out organized labor for Goldman Sachs and the bankers. Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, which led several years later to the economic collapse in 2008, right? When George W. was in office. So they destroyed the organized labor movement, the so-called Democrats. so-called pro-labor people. NAFTA trade agreement got rid of manufacturing and production in America for cheaper labor overseas, but it cost us American jobs and destroyed the middle class. But y'all like cheap stuff, right? Y'all want cheap stuff instead of quality. You can't have both cheap and quality. You got to make a choice. Is it quantity or is it quality? Like you look at some of the wealthiest families like Walton, right? The Waltons, right? How can they have more money than God? And yet their workers still need to have assistance from the government. They still need the EBT cards to eat. Still got to decide, I'm going to put gas in my car or I'm going to pay for a lights in my house, in my apartment. And yet the Waltons got more money than God. Got the house of dragon or something in real life. And they, where is Walmart's headquartered? In Benton, Arkansas. Y'all keep on sleeping on Arkansas. Arkansas, a very gangster Illuminati state. Very gangster Illuminati state. I said they had a Rockefeller as a governor of Arkansas back in the day. Winthrop Rockefeller. One of the biggest gangsters in the country. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Only Madden, who ran the Cotton Club back in the day. He was known as the Killer, the Irishman who was born in England, who became a naturalized citizen in Arkansas, controlled the Democratic Party in Arkansas from Hot Springs, where Bill Clinton is from, for decades. Bill Clinton's mom used to work for Only Madden, be one of his nurses, one of his head nurses. Mena, Arkansas, when Bill Clinton was governor, CIA bringing in drugs from South America, from down south into Mena, Arkansas, in the airport where they distributed the drugs throughout the whole country. That happened on Bill Clinton's watch. Arkansas is gangster with their stuff. Anyway, yeah, but politicians don't represent the people. They represent the interests that put them there. And you used to have politicians that actually represented the people. Yesterday was the birthday of November 29th was the birthday of the late great righteous ancestor, the Right Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr. His name should be a household name in Black America, but it's not. It used to be when he was walking the earth. Representative Adam Clayton Powell Jr. was the greatest politician, people servant that Black America ever sent to Capitol Hill. He did what he could do while he had the space to do it in, and they got rid of him. They destroyed Adam Clayton Powell Jr. for doing right by the people, but they act like he was corrupt and crooked. All he was doing was he was being transparent. He loved women. He loved the finer things in life, but he still did right by his people. The man was doing stuff like boycotting and leading marches and protests when Dr. King was literally in his diapers, in short pants. He was doing that back in the 30s. Because Adam Clayton Powell was born November 29th, 1908, I believe, 1908. So he's a little bit older than Dr. King. He's old enough to be his father. And Adam was doing his thing, but Adam could not be controlled by the powers that be, because he felt like he was sent by God. He was called by God to serve his people. Let my people go. They wouldn't even let him speak at the March on Washington. But we don't know about Adam Clayton Powell Jr. today. What's interesting that Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and both him and Dr. King were the sons of prominent, famous Black ministers, well respected, who were involved in the community and also in the political arena in their own right. And both Dr. King and Adam Clayton Powell Jr. died on April 4th. Dr. King died on April 4th, 1968. And Adam Clayton Powell Jr. died April 4th, 1972. And I believe they murdered Adam Clayton Powell Jr. They destroyed his career, destroyed his character, then they destroyed the man. But anyway, I think I warmed it up a little bit for you all. Let's look in the chats. But Stacy could have won as senator from Georgia. She would have been a better Senate candidate than Raphael Warnock. She actually had more experience. She's a policy wonk. She's a strategist, but she's not this good with handling people. You know, I don't think she could do a Saturday Night Live program. I don't think she could host Saturday Night Live, even though she got those type of national ambitions to be president. What's interesting is you compare her with Al Gore. Al Gore was known as the Tin Man when he ran. He almost won, but he had, who was his vice president candidate? Joe Lieberman. And some people think that Joe Lieberman was the reason why he lost. I don't think so, because Al Gore probably did win Florida, but here's the thing. George W. Bush, brother Jeb, was the governor of Florida. And like Bush once said, just because you got the most votes don't mean you gonna win. I think he said something like that. Just because you got the most votes don't mean you gonna win. Especially if my people count the votes. I don't know he said it like that, but you gotta understand where I'm coming from. All Al Gore had to do was win either Arkansas or Tennessee. He was short 5 votes. He was short 5 electoral votes. Arkansas had 5 electoral votes at the time in 2000. I think Tennessee has 11. He had a president that he served under, in spite of all the controversy, was still very popular and still kind of popular today. Bill Clinton. I mean, I ain't talking about his wife. His wife was a different animal, but I'm talking about Bill Clinton. People still like Bill Clinton. And even during that scandal post-Lewinsky thing, Bill Clinton could have probably helped him get Arkansas or Tennessee. And I think about Al Gore's father was a very popular political figure from Tennessee. He served in the U.S. Senate. Al Gore Sr., I believe. Was it Al Gore Sr.? I think he's named after his father. But he didn't win. And he tried to get it in Florida. He probably did win Florida. But hey, you got to think about the people that were in Supreme Court that were put in there by Reagan and Bush the elder, So Supreme Court matters, right? Supreme Court matters, right? So, but Al Gore did host Saturday Night Live, and it was actually funny. He actually was real funny on Saturday Night Live, but he was so uptight during the campaign. Had he showed a little bit of what he showed on Saturday Night Live post-campaign, things will be different right now. Or maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe they would. That's why they didn't want him in. Or maybe they wouldn't have been different. We probably could have still went to war in Iraq, in Afghanistan, the so-called war on whatever. I don't know. But Al Gore, after the post-2000 campaign, he became a little bit more relatable and a little bit more relaxed. And I don't care about all the climate change, politics, all that. I'm just talking about as far as a personality, because voting is really about personality. It's not about a person's point of view a lot of times. It's about, ooh, I think they like me. I think they like me. Ooh, I think they like me. See, voting is really like elementary. It's really more about emotion and subjectivity than anything else. It's not about the facts and figures, because if it was about the facts and about a person's voting record or where they stand, Joe Biden should never became president. There's no way that he should be president right now if it's based on his actual voting record and his policy record. Bill Clinton even had to apologize for his crime bill. I think he apologized for it, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of times, that he didn't know the effects of what it would have on the black family. But Joe Biden prospered. He knew the effects. Y'all mad at Jerry Jones, but Joe Biden, one of his mentors, was Orville Faubus, the governor of Arkansas, a Democrat at the time. He did not want black students to integrate into the white high schools in Little Rock. So, I mean, it is very fascinating. I appreciate it, Brother Rowan. Thank you. No, she's not, because it was people that loved her, that wanted her to be governor. It's like black frats and sororities and radio personalities. They all voted anyway, but the thing about it is a lot of people just set this one out. it's ridiculous because, like, 3 times to vote for one election. They want me to vote a third time. Y'all try to give me jury duty. I ain't trying to do no jury duty. Y'all try to give me jury duty all this voting. I ain't trying to do all this jury duty. I think it's weird that they should simplify these voting things, all this primary running. And I remember, like, we had a couple of votes with voting situations in Memphis, and we was asked to vote 3 times this year. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Simplify that crap. Yeah, I mean, in some alternate universe, Gore probably would have won. Yeah, everything happens for reasons. Like with Trump, why are they trying so hard to make sure this man is sabotaged? A lot of y'all don't even know why you hate Trump. Y'all have no good reasons. I try to ask people, why don't you like Trump? They can't tell me. These are some older people. They got some sense. They smart. They seem to be smart. But they can never tell me a good reason why they don't like Trump. And it's based on how he's been portrayed and how they've been programmed to not like a person they don't even know. Yeah, they got to read, because Trump, I mean, think about it. When Trump was in office, I promise you, if Trump was in office, I can't promise you because I don't know, but based on what I figure out from his past, Brittany Griner would have been home months ago. Brittany Griner would be playing in the WNBA right now if Trump was the president. Trump was able to get the ball boy out of China. They stole stuff. You know how China is. That's China. We know about China. And Trump was able to get them out of China. He was able to get A$AP Rocky out of his situation. And Trump probably got Brittany Griner out, but yet black folks got this thing. I hate Trump. Trump would have got out. He got Kodak Black and Lil Wayne out of prison. I don't know, y'all. He pardoned Jack Johnson, and Barack Obama scared his own black shadow. So, okay. Yeah, I don't hate third time's the charm to me. Because people talking about DeSantis, but people forget that Trump made DeSantis and Kemp. Kemp needed Trump to help him get over Abrams the first time. And it's weird that the fact that it should be allowed that if you're the Secretary of State, you cannot run for office unless you resign from your duties as Secretary of State. Because that situation in Arizona is strange. I doubt it, Hobbs. I mean, it's a strange. I mean, how can you allow a person to be Secretary of State and run for the top office in the state without them resigning from their duties? That's just ridiculous. And that's what Kemp did. So Hobbs followed, because both sides cheat. It's not just one side cheats. They all cheat. But like Joe Kennedy once said, the Kennedy patriarch, it's not a crime unless you get caught. It's not a crime unless you get caught. It's not a crime unless you get caught. So all that is strange. He might have, but I'm saying, but if you control the levers, you control everything. Hey, you can hide your hand. So like I'm saying, she could have possibly won that first time because the novelty of this black woman running, but also she was doing state business. I think she was a state senator down in Georgia, so she knew the inner workings of the state. Like I said, she's gifted as being a policy wonk and a strategist, but she just ain't good in being the front person for the organization, for the operation. Maybe she's better off being a strategist or a consultant versus actually being the person that they put in front of the organization. Exactly. They all do it. Trump told you he was an honest liar, like Dave Chappelle said. The game is rigged. The game is rigged. But like I said, I've been listening to people in Georgia. I believe Herschel going to pull this one out because based on the turnout, Warnock don't have the personality for people to turn up and turn out. Turn up, turn up. Ain't nobody turning up for no Warnock. Unless he casts a spell. I'll put a spell on you. Unless he casts a spell. Nobody ain't turning up for no Warnock. But Herschel is so divisive. See, people understand the key to being great is not that people all like you, but it's how people feel about you. They could tell a person how they feel about a person. I guess say, well, when you think about so-and-so, I hate so-and-so, I love so-and-so. If somebody say, well, I don't know how I feel about a person, I mean, you're not effective at all. So to be polarizing in certain contexts is to be great. And Herschel Walker has greatness. Regardless if he can articulate what that greatness is, I mean, he's a football god. He's a football god. It's like you look for, football is a religion below the Mason-Dixon line. It's a religion. You know, when the legendary Alabama coach, not named Nick Saban, how soon we forget Paul Bear Bryant, when, you know, George Wallace and them said was segregation today, segregation now, segregation today, segregation forever. But yeah, his niece was married to Johnny Ford at one point, the former mayor of Tuskegee, not mistaken. George Wallace, Mr. Segregationist, niece was married to a black man who was the mayor of Tuskegee. I think that's right. Y'all can correct me in the chat. But Paul Bear Bryant, when they got their butts whooped that trick by USC with them black football players, Paul Bear Bryant said he wanted some black football players. And I think he threatened George Wallace. He said, if you don't give me no black football players, I'm going to run for governor of the state of Alabama. You best believe they would have voted for Paul Bryant to be the governor of Alabama if he didn't get his way. Herschel Walker is a football god. Whatever you think about him as a mortal man, he is a gridiron great, Heisman Trophy winner, Georgia Bulldogs. He is the reason also that Jerry Jones got 3 rings to begin. He's the three reasons why Jerry Jones got Super Bowl rings. He is the reason. He was the reason why they was able to get that 3-headed monster of Aikman, and Irvin, and Smith to win those rings. That's Herschel Walker. So he has, you know, Donald Trump, I believe he played for Donald Trump's football league. You know, what, USFL or something like that. But anyway, I believe he's gonna whoop that. He gonna tear it up. He's gonna tear the club up in Georgia on December 6th. Herschel Walker winning that. Okay, we'll see. But the game is rigged. He could have won and still lose. You can win and still lose. That's life. Yeah, because like with Dick Gregory, go to your point, we closer to World War III, 4, and 5 with Biden in office. That's by design because they're trying to push for that new world order. They're trying to push for that unification. And Trump was the buffer. See, Dick Gregory was talking about Trump's shadow. You know, y'all keep on talking about Dick Gregory was afraid of Trump. Dick Gregory wasn't afraid of no Trump. He was talking about what was coming behind Trump, Trump's shadow. He didn't say I was afraid of Donald Trump. He's looking at what's coming behind him, the aftermath. And this is what we're living. We're living in the aftermath of Trump. It's like what Dave Chappelle trying to tell y'all. He stole stuff from work, but the thing he didn't steal from work was work. Donald Trump had access to valuable information because all presidents take documents from their administration home. They do a little process where they, I'm going to take this, I'm going to pass a law. What do they do? Now it's legitimately, I can have this in my possession. Donald Trump is not an idiot like they portray him to be. If you want to understand Trump, you got to look at his family connection to his uncle John Trump, the MIT scientist and government scientist who was given the job, of accessing the notebooks left behind by Nikola Tesla. Tesla, the company, Elon Musk company is named after Nicholas Tesla or Nikola Tesla. Tesla felt like he had he communicated with aliens. A lot of his ideas came from communication with aliens, supposedly. Or angels, aliens, whatever, right? Because he was ahead of his time. He wanted to make electricity free for the people, and the powers that be wanted to charge us for this electricity. Because he was a rival to Thomas Edison. I ain't gonna get into all that right now, but Donald Trump's uncle, his favorite uncle, favorite relative, whatever, John Trump, they were close. MIT professor for decades, award-winning scientist, was given the job to look over the notebooks of Nikola Tesla. So they should tell you who Trump is and who he connected to. He ain't no Trump like that. He may not be your cup of tea, but it's like what Dick Gregory used to say. This is white folks' business. Black folks need to stay out the way. This is white folks' business. This is white folks' business. Yeah, so we and Georgia's a deep state. Like I said, Dr. Timothy Cunningham, the epidemiologist, they got rid of him right before everything went to crap 2 years ago, right? Y'all forget about Dr. Timothy Cunningham, the one who was working at the Centers for Disease Control, who talked about how some of this stuff was used. It was targeting black people. They were doing things to target black people. The next thing you know, he was floating in the dang river in Atlanta. He disappeared on the day he probably got a promotion at the CDC. He left everything behind, his dog, his wallet, everything. His parents from Maryland drove down to Georgia to find out what happened. He was denied his promotion at the CDC, but you know what they did? The CDC said they gave him the promotion, but the police and the family said he never got the promotion. He was denied the promotion, but the CDC said something else that was weird. You can look this up online. The CDC said something that, why would we get rid of him? His security clearance wasn't high enough for him to be a threat. So basically, it was saying they were making fun of the fact that this dude disappeared under questionable circumstances, saying that why would we want to knock him off? Because his security clearance ain't high enough. And next thing you know, they found him floating in the river about a month later, I believe in April 2019. And what happened the next year, right? This guy was an epidemiologist. Then they cared to assassinate the dude online, saying he was involved in some type of lover's triangle at the job, that he was in love with, I guess, a classmate from Morehouse, that he was infatuated with a woman on the job. And then it was rumors of him doing interviews talking about conspiracy theories as it relates to epidemics and black people populations. Now they can scrub the internet. They're doing it right now. All this censoring and canceling of things, of free speech and people. So, whatever. If you think about, it's a story. Look it up about this alien, this white alien named Valiant Thor. Was Valiant Thor or Valiant Thor or Valiant Thor? He allegedly had contact with President Dwight D. Eisenhower during the 50s. He came to visit our country, visit the government. Valiant Thor. They got pictures allegedly of this white-looking dude that's an alien, and he was sharing technology with our government when Eisenhower was president. And people think that's not true, but one of Eisenhower's descendants, she actually believes this actually happened. And there's some people that believe this actually happened. You got to think about this is right after Roswell. Harry Truman, they created a thing called the Majestic 12. James Forrestal, the first Secretary of Defense, was a part of the Majestic 12. And he was anti-Zionist, right? Harry Truman, he oversaw the creation of Israel when he was president, but his Secretary of Defense was not for it. The next thing you know, he fell out the window, a 16th-floor window at the Naval Hospital in Bethesda. They say he committed suicide. He jumped to his death 16 floors, right? A lot of people believe he was murdered, that he was pushed out that window because he knew too much and he was too much against the agenda, whatever that is. But look up Majestic 12, Harry Truman, James Forrestal. But there got to be something to the UFO thing. But that Valiant Thor stories, and I think Valiant Thor or Valiant. I think it's VALIANT, Thor. If you look at our space program, we talk about Operation Paperclip, but I also talk about Jack Parsons, who's the father of the space program here in America, who was from Pasadena, California, who practiced a thing called sex magic. The way he used sex to manifest things. He was trying to use sex to manifest portals to bring in demons and stuff, allegedly. He was trying to open up portals by using sex, called sex magic. So he would have orgies out in the desert, out in California, to try to open up. And also he was trying to create that's some thing he trying to bring in the Antichrist, Rosemary Baby type of thing, where he was trying to find the right type of woman to use sex magic on to create Antichrist, something like that. But he was good friends with L. Ron Hubbard, the father of Scientology, the prolific science fiction writer. Also, he was a follower of Aleister Crowley. And somehow he allegedly blew himself up in his lab, in his garage in Pasadena, California. I want to say maybe June 16th, 1952. He was even 40 years old. He was in his late 30s. That's Jack Parsons. Look him up. I can't make this up. So UFOs are real. That's all I got to say. Now, I say all that to say that. But anyway. Yeah, they do their sex, man. That stuff is real. Yeah, Valiant Thor. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, Aleister Crowley did do sex magic. Hugh Hefner probably did too, but that's no. So I'm out the chapter. I'm an hour in. I'm talking loud. Let me just calm down. Okay. Let's talk about the agent stuff, right? And thank y'all for the donations, for tuning in and tuning out to get in where you fit in, for the future donations as well. Thank you, brother Bruce Gibbs. We love you madly. Truthful, intelligent talk. I thank you so much for your support. Thank you, brother Al Kirk. Also he said, keep feeding the people. Brother Desmond Faison, thank you so much. Everybody who continue to do that, appreciate it. But we talked about the agent thing, right? And I want to talk about the agent talk because, like I talked about how I feel like an irritated Jimmy wasn't an agent because he never tried to hide the fact that he was hired or employed by Homeland Security. When I first met him in 2013, was the same year he was terminated from employment by Homeland Security. But I remember when Cynthia McKinney did a call out to black activists to come to Atlanta or to the Atlanta area to Lithonia for a meeting. She utilized, I believe, his email address with Homeland Security, and his name, A.L. Kamati, was on their website. So he wasn't no Donnie Brasco undercover, deep undercover agent. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, I also forgot that people talked about what about Professor Black Truth and Jason Black, the Black Authority. And I know it's been a conspiracy for a long time that Professor Black Truth and the Black Authority, Jason Black, are one and the same. Like Geminis, it's two in one or something. I don't know. They kind of sound similar and stuff like that. I will say this about them is that I don't listen to a lot of these people like y'all do. A lot of y'all listen to them a lot, like religiously. I don't do that. Every so often, very rarely, seldomly, do I listen to a Jason Black or Professor Black Truth. But when I do listen to what they have to say, I truly appreciate their research and their homework. I mean, their research, presentation, and their logic of what they do. Now, are they real people? Are they black people? I don't know. Amos and Andy were invented by white people. They try to sound black on the radio. Amos and Andy. I ain't talking about the TV show. They were black people, right? But I'm talking about the actual creators of the radio show. Amos and Andy were white. I don't know who Jason Black or Professor Black Truth are. Y'all know who Brother Hurd is, Brother Ron. Y'all recognize me when I'm at the store or I'm working out or whatever like that. I mean, I'm a real person. I know who I am. I don't know who they are, but at the same time, the focus shouldn't even be on who they are. You should look at their message. You should examine the message. You should do your own research and come to your own conclusions on what they present. That's the service. That should be the focus. Don't worry about who these people are, who they say they be. look at what they're putting out there. Because one thing about it's problematic to call Irritated Genie agent because he's been deplatformed. He lost. I mean, he was losing. This is before like Farrakhan and Alex Jones and anybody. They was going out to Irritated Genie, getting rid of his Facebook profiles and got him off of YouTube. I mean, taking down his lectures and stuff like that. I mean, why would they do that to one of their own? Because their job is to prop him up and to help make sure he have the resources to spread out the so-called agenda, right? But I would say this: when Tariq was writing books about Mackin back in 2000, Irritated Genie had that book War on the Horizon. It's still out there on Amazon. They got published January of 2005. So he was on a different path than what Tariq was doing at the time. And Tariq now, he's doing what he's doing. And more power to that brother and more power to everybody. But what I'm saying is this agent talk is kind of weird to me because it's counterproductive. It's really revolutionary because you can't name one organization that has never, ever been infiltrated. Well, I think of the Nation of Islam. Like I remember I heard a speech that Malcolm did about the Nation of Islam. And he basically said this himself, to paraphrase Brother Malcolm. Like, how can they say that we trying to overthrow the government when we got all type of law enforcement in the nation? You got all type of police in the Nation of Islam. I know police officers to this day, they in the Nation of Islam. They police, they law enforcement. So I'm not saying all y'all gonna take that out of context. I can't worry about what y'all say, but I'm just telling you what I know. I met cops, black cops, who were members of the Nation of Islam who were police. And Malcolm knew that they had police in the nation. He also had some undercover agent provocateurs like Eugene Roberts, that was Malcolm's chief bodyguard, of course. But I'm telling you, actually had folks that they knew they were police, and they were also members of the Nation of Islam. I mean, ain't Farrakhan's son a police officer or was a police officer in Illinois? Come on now. Use your common sense. So does that make them agents? Use your common sense. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about Shanquella and Malcolm Shabazz towards the end, since I can't believe it's been over an hour. I'm just running my mouth. But let's talk about Thurgood Marshall, the complex legacy of Thurgood Marshall, right? Let's talk about that. Thurgood Marshall, it's been known now that he was an informant for the FBI. Let's talk about that a little bit, and let's move beyond that. And I want to wrap this up within 2 hours, I guess. What I want to say is, also, y'all do know that one of the founding members of the Black Panther Party was a Japanese American who was FBI. Y'all do know that, right? The guy who one of the founding members of the Black Panther Party was the FBI. He was the guy that secured the guns for the Panther Party. And what happened to the Panther Party? As soon as they went to the state capitol with their leather jackets, beret, and guns, that's when they started really getting targeted, right? But it was the person who helped provide their guns was a Japanese American who, come to find out, he was an FBI agent, a provocateur, informant, whatever. He allegedly committed suicide several years ago because I guess he was about to be exposed. But, let me just play. I'll find the information on that and present it shortly. Let me just play. Let's see. Let me play with Judge Joe Brown, because one of his heroes is Thurgood Marshall. Let's play what he had to say about Thurgood. We all be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Thank y'all for y'all patience. The time is flying by fast. I don't know what to do, but the best is yet to come.
This is Judge Joe Brown, and we're listening to We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century.
So, Judge, I want to thank you. I'm sorry, but bless you. But also, I want to ask you one more question. Would you classify Thurgood Marshall as being an FBI informant or an agent?
Oh no.
Okay.
Thurgood Marshall was the man.
Mm-hmm.
All the times he almost got killed, lynched, run out of town, stuff like that, you got to give him his props.
Mm-hmm.
He had some proteges locally. H.T. Lockett, Judge Lockett was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Lockett filed the suit to integrate the schools. Oh, excuse me, I'm sneezing. Lockett filed a lawsuit to integrate the city schools, to integrate what's now University of Memphis, to integrate the pools, parks, playgrounds, stuff like that. You've got some other famous ones, Russell Sugarman and A.W.
Mm-hmm.
Willis. You remember the Emmett Till lynching?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, old man Withers took the pictures, and A.W. and Russell smuggled the pictures out of Mississippi and got them to the governor of Illinois, who ordered the body returned. Quite a few cars got shot up, burnt, and some people got wounded in the process of getting those pictures out of Mississippi.
Wow.
So we've got some down brothers that, you wouldn't expect because they just didn't go that way and tell people about it.
Now, that was Judge Joe Brown take on Thurgood Marshall being an informant, but there's evidence that he was working with J. Edgar Hoover.
Haley's objective was
let me see.
Haley was a Republican.
There would have been there's documentation knowing that that Thurgood did have a relationship, some type of relationship with J. Edgar Hoover in terms of sharing information on the movement. He was not a fan of Dr. King and Malcolm X. He thought they got too much credit. From my understanding, that he was in the field and in a courtroom was doing the work. And Thurgood was very impressive legal mind. He was a brilliant legal mind. He won 29 of the 32 court cases he presented before the Supreme Court. So he was brilliant, and he did put his life on the line going to places in the South where his life was under danger, under threat of death, and doing his job. So he wasn't a coward. He was from B-Moore. He ain't no coward. He's from Baltimore. Thurgood stood on his square, but at the same time, we cannot dismiss the fact that he did have a relationship in terms of sharing information with J. Edgar Hoover, confirmed by several different sources. So I'm going to play Baba Dick Gregory take on Thurgood Marshall and Alex Haley, who allegedly was working for Naval Intelligence. He did not actually write the book Roots. He actually plagiarized the work from a book written by a white man called The African. The white man was known as Harold Corlander. He basically stole the idea of Kunta Kinte from that book directly, and he had to pay some major money to Corlander and his publisher. There's a case, they went to court over it. So take a look, it's all online. So I'm gonna play his perspective on Thurgood Marshall and Alex Haley. This is Baba Dick Gregory, and this is We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. That's News Free Dixie for the 21st century. And thank y'all for your patience. Appreciate it.
I'm going to give you an assignment, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to tell you where to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Columbia University.
Mm-hmm.
Where Thurgood Marshall's papers are. And look at the nasty stuff he not only said about King, but about Howard University.
Thurgood Marshall.
Mm-hmm. And you know Thurgood Marshall
we find out under the Freedom of Information Act, he was an agent for Hoover. You know that?
Yes, sir. FBI informant. Yes, sir.
So I just asked you, did you know it? Because I know your mama don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. They don't want to know. Like Alex Haley.
No, it ain't that. Why would they know? See, you keep jumping to conclusions.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you something about you. Once the universal God lets you wear the magic glasses and you have them, you can never take them off, and you can never force nobody else to wear them. That's one of the privileges you have. If you're the greatest home run hitter in the world, why you go out and look at some little children play and say they can't hit like me? They ain't supposed to hit like you. Huh?
Yes, sir.
And so the other thing about the magic glasses, once you put them on, you don't see things as they're supposed to be. You see them as they are.
Yes, sir.
All right? So that's what that's about. And so there's a whole lot of people listening to this now. Oh, my God. Stop it. Thurgood Marshall. And he said his excuse from the family is he was trying to guarantee Hoover that there wasn't no communists in the civil rights movement. But how many people died because of them reports he was turning in? Okay? Alex Haley. I told you before, he ain't wrote none of that stuff about now. Alex Haley came out of naval intelligence, sit there to make sure Malcolm was killed right. And when he was killed, they changed all the stuff in the books. Matter of fact, they had on page 122 that I was the one that told Elijah Muhammad about I told Malcolm about how Elijah was women. Now, who wouldn't believe it the way Alex Haley was at them right there? And I kept telling Malcolm, man, you do. And you also know that Kunta Kinte came out of that white boy's book. You know that, right?
Yeah, Harold Coleman, the African, yes.
Coleman, the African. And one of the things you should do so your people will have a good service, you need to punch up the trial. You know the trial took place in federal court about him stealing that out of Harold Coleman. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Out of federal court in upstate New York. Well, you need to bring that in and read what the federal judge said and made him and the publisher pay Coleman $650,000 and chastised him in open court. As long as I've been a judge dealing with this, I've never seen anything as filthy as what you all just did. Okay? And I demand that you apologize, admit it and apologize, and they did, so it's there. Now, let's look at something else. That movie, you can probably find this. I hate to keep giving you a sign. To see how much money, all of that stuff that Alex was supposed to have put on paper, see how much of it, royalties, hundreds of millions of dollars, royalty, it was so big, man. So big, so big, so big. When Alex died, and you really need to look this up, he lost his farm in Memphis to pay off his creditors. Did you know that?
Oh, yes, sir. I heard about him having some financial difficulties in his estate.
The reason you have to know that, if he's drawing, see, here's the thing about public. If I owe you $100,000 and I'm an alcoholic and a drunk and a gambler, you don't have to worry about me spending all the money because the royalties come in every 6 months. All your lawyer got to do is go into court and put a hold on my royalties. So why is somebody going to take 2 cents on the dollar to get all of it because he never had it, okay? He never, ever, ever had it, huh? That's the game. And that's how you can trick people. When they don't like themselves, they'll take anything that the white supremacists tell them. And remember, the white supremacists ain't no Ku Klux Klan. They killed them on the way to get meat.
So there's Baba Dick telling from the grave about the actual legacy of Alex Haley, and also talk about Thurgood Marshall. And Dick Gregory was in the movement. Don't never forget. that Dick Gregory was targeted by the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, to be taken out by the Chicago mob. They wanted Richard Daley couldn't stand Dick Gregory. I think Dick Gregory ran for mayor of Chicago too, as well as president of the United States. And Gangster Daley wasn't having that. Chicago is a gangster town. It's a city of big shoulders. So, they'll rub you out and it's like wiping their nose. You know what I'm saying? What's the big deal? Just a little ant. But Dick Gregory was an agitator. But like the same cat, you gotta think about it. The gun that killed Dr. King could be traced back to where? To the FBI. So I don't know why y'all be excited when they tell y'all the FBI is gonna be involved in the investigation of a black life that mattered, that was lost. The gun that killed King could be traced back to the FBI. Ambassador Young and I can't. It's so many people now. The former secretary for Dr. King's SCLC, who became a congressman from DC, Walter Fontroy, Ambassador Andrew Young, they all knew that the FBI may have been involved in killing Dr. King as early as at least 1978, 10 years after the assassination of Dr. King, because of the committee to investigate the assassinations of both Dr. King and JFK. So this information was known in certain circles. So why would I trust the FBI when it comes to tapes about Dr. King in extramarital affairs when certain elements had a hand in his alleged neutralization? So we got to start thinking about this stuff. And also, I'm going to play with Dr. Manny Marable just to double down, because I think that the autobiography of Malcolm X was not actually written by Alex Haley, but by his editor at Playboy, Murray Fisher. Murray Fisher allegedly wrote or contributed to the autobiography of Malcolm X. And you may question Dick Gregory's stance. You gotta understand, Dick Gregory came up through who helped put Dick Gregory on the map. It was Hugh Hefner and Playboy, right? Dick Gregory was working at the comedy club up in Playboy, for Playboy in Chicago, that Silent Down. So he was working for, he had a relationship with Hugh Hefner. It's funny how they died not that far apart from each other. They both died in 2017. I want to say that Hugh Hefner died in September or October 2017, and Dick Gregory died in August of 2017. But yet they had a close relationship because he helped Dick Gregory to superstardom and fame and fortune. But Dick would know, probably he'd be in a better position than I would to know that Murray Fisher allegedly helped write the autobiography of Malcolm X, as well as the Roots. So I'm gonna play with Dr. Manny Marable, who wrote the book The Reinvention of Malcolm X, or Life of Reinvention, who, interestingly enough, he died the weekend before his book came out that won the Pulitzer. It created a lot of controversy. I think in his book that he suggested that Malcolm was gay or was a homosexual in prison, allegedly, all this stuff. But that had been out since the early 90s. There was this white academic named Bruce Perry that implied that Malcolm was involved in some homosexual activities when he was a younger man. So that's not nothing new. That's been out for a while. They've been trying to feminize Malcolm for a while now, and it has not been working. But I interviewed Manny Marable July of 2007, and his book came out, I believe it was 2011, and he passed on in 2011. So I had the chance to talk to him for almost an hour in a candid fashion about his upcoming book, as well as about his thoughts about Malcolm legacy and other things. But this is what he had to say about Alex Haley. And you pay attention, people. I appreciate it. And we'll keep it moving. Hopefully I can get to what y'all want to hear about the Shanquella Robinson and Malcolm Shabazz in a few. It won't be that long. Okay. Thank you. God bless. And this is We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. That's We All Be News Free Dixie for the 21st century. Let's see, get this right.
Haley's objective was entirely different. Haley was a Republican. He was black, but he was a Republican, liberal Republican. He was an integrationist. Malcolm was a black nationalist. Haley despised what the Nation of Islam stood for, but he was fascinated and riveted by the charismatic personality of Malcolm. So the two men collaborated on the book for different reasons. As the book was being written, Malcolm's view of the nation changed, and the listeners will recall that Malcolm was silenced by Elijah Muhammad after the so-called chickens come home to roost statement by Malcolm on the death of John F. Kennedy. This was simply used as an excuse to eliminate Malcolm from the organization by Elijah Muhammad. When Malcolm departed the nation in March 1964, and then the next month going to Mecca on Hajj, a religious pilgrimage, he transformed his faith to that of Sunni Islam, Orthodox Islam. And so therefore, the purpose of the autobiography was not to praise Elijah Muhammad, but rather to explain why he had changed. And so Malcolm, supposedly, according to Haley, himself eliminated 3 chapters that he and Haley had prepared when he was still in the Nation of Islam and jettisoned them from the book. Now, it's hard for us to make a critical judgment if that's true or not, because after all, Malcolm was dead after February 21st, 1965. We only have Haley's word to go on it. Haley was hostile to Malcolm in the nation anyway. And the chapters contained critical political information about how Malcolm wanted to build a broadly based Black United Front to fight against racism. I always, for years, would read the autobiography and sense, something's missing from this book. You know what was missing? Malcolm was the most overtly political personality of his generation. He was building a new organization, the OAAU, the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Answer this question. Where is the political program of the OAAU in his book? It's not there, is it?
No,
Where is the political strategy to unite and empower the Black community? It's not in his autobiography. He talks around it, but he doesn't talk to it. The answer is that a lot of that was deleted. So where are these chapters? Well, as of the last time I checked, they're in a safe in Detroit in the possession of an attorney, Gregory Reed, who purchased them in late 1992 for $100,000 at an auction after the death of Alex Haley. And he picked them up at the estate auction.
Let me ask you, was it done after Malcolm's death, the deletion of these 3 chapters?
Well, Haley says that Malcolm had agreed to it. So we have only his word to go on. But you also have to keep in mind, Haley was hostile to Malcolm Malcolm's politics when he was in the Nation of Islam. So I'm not certain.
Well, did Haley have connection to the FBI? Was he like a FBI agent?
He was not an agent, but he was an informant. And if you've obviously read, or at least part of Living Black History, my book that came out in 2006,
yes, sir,
where I stunned many people with the evidence that I found at the University of Tennessee Archives in Knoxville, in the Anne Romaine papers, and also in Haley's papers, that Haley in 1962 was approached by the FBI And they funneled information to him and a white author, Alfred Balk, to write an attack on the Nation of Islam entitled The Black Merchants of Hate, which appeared in the Saturday Evening Post magazine in late February 1963. And it was information from the FBI. So he was an agent, he was an informant, in effect, a purveyor of misinformation. And it was that man who went on to then, of course, write Roots.
Right. And he had some trouble with that, too. I mean, as far as.
Yes, indeed. Being sued by a British author successfully, settlement out of court for over $1 million for plagiarism of extensive writing from the British author's work. So Haley has a very mixed history.
So also, I mean, that's Dr. Manny Marable, who passed on back in 2011. He was one of the foremost scholars about the life and legacy of Malcolm X. But that book he allegedly wrote, which is interesting because he didn't get a chance to defend his book because, he had the same thing, I believe, that Bernie Mac had, that lung disease along the sarcoidosis. So yeah, I think he had a double lung transplant, Dr. Manny Marable. And he supposed to have been recovering, and all of a sudden he had a setback and kaput. But he never really had a chance to go out on the public lecture tour or book signing or to talk about his book, his magnum opus. I believe that he might have written a different book, and they decided to go with that version of the book. Because I just find it hard to believe. I read the book. I didn't buy it. I checked out the library when it came out. And I found some of his conclusions problematic about what Malcolm would be doing if he was still around. It's hard to say what he would be doing. It's like saying, what would Tupac be doing if he lived to be 50, if he was alive right now? Because you could look at what Snoop and Jay-Z and Ice Cube and them, and even Nas will be 50 next year, I believe, what they're doing. And you can only imagine, you look at what Will Smith done in terms of winning an Oscar. Tupac probably would have won a couple of Oscars by now because he was a phenomenal talent, but it's all speculation. So some of his conclusions at the end of the book, I may not rock with. I don't think that Obama would have been, that Malcolm would have been all in on the Democratic Party, because look what he was saying about the Democratic Party towards the end of his life and the message to the grassroots, the battle of the bullet. How you were talking about the white liberals being worse than the white conservative and things of that nature. So it's problematic when you speculate about a person's life and what they'll end up doing, because people got a strange way of changing their minds about things. And Malcolm was well known for being a person, once information became available that was contrary to what he thought was actually true, he had no problem with righting his ship to get on the right side of things. And that what made him dangerous, because Malcolm had no problem in admitting when he was wrong about something or when he had a shortcoming. So he was that type of dude, as far as I know from studying him. Now, he's a person, he has an ego like all of us do. But I believe Malcolm was trying to, he was trying to do right by his people at the end of the day. But it is what it is. But, people question Dr. Manny Marable's motives at the end, because, like I said, I don't know. They could have did a switcheroo on him in terms of the book that they put out. He could have written a whole different type of book about Brother Malcolm, but they decided to go with the sensationalism of whatever they was putting out there at the time. He won Pulitzer Prize, I think. He won a lot of book awards, his book, The Life of Reinvention. But anyway, let's talk about also, I want to bring up that Japanese American. Somebody they get in the chat was Richard Aoki or Aoki. I know it's Japanese. Is it Aoki? Aoki is his name. Oh, Aoki is his name. Oh, I'm gonna go with the Asian American that was rocking with Malcolm, right? You had Grace Boggs up in Detroit. Was Grace Boggs an Asian American or something? I think she was married to a brother, but Grace Boggs was a big supporter of Malcolm. She was Asian, I think. I'm just trying to get my facts right. Shout out to the chat, Sister Daria and everybody. I'm trying to be more engaging with you all, but it's probably gonna cost me to be on here for 3 hours instead of my usual 2. But it's all good. Long y'all like it, y'all eating, and you help me eat. We help each other because we all be in it to win it. So I'm gonna be on here for almost 3 hours now because I just went off the tracks and I just got my flow on. But I want to show a picture of this Richard Aoki. I'm gonna call him Aoki for the sake. I'm just going. All these names are kind of hard. I'm not a names, but I know I couldn't be a teacher these days because the way people spell names and all this stuff, and it's crazy. That's Richard Aoki. That's him. And he was one of the founding members of Black Panther Party. But what was that nurse name? I know y'all very smart. I'm gonna look at that nurse name. Japanese American nurse for Malcolm. Now, you do got black Japanese. They fought in World War II. Yeah, Kochiyama, that's her name. Kochiyama. That was Malcolm's friend. She also had the same birthday as Malcolm. She was born May 19th. Just like Ho Chi Minh was born May 19th, leader of the Vietnam resistance. Yori Kochiyama. Yeah, Yori Kochiyama, that's her name. She was Malcolm's friend. And she was there when he died, trying to save his life in the Audubon. And but like Ho Chi Minh used to come to America to listen to Marcus Garvey speak. Ho Chi Minh was inspired by Marcus Garvey to be a revolutionary. A lot of people don't know that. I remember I was in a beautiful home of 5'5" Freddie. 5'5" Freddie. I know who 5'5" Freddie is. He was the host of the original host, I believe, of Yo MTV Raps. And also, he was a prolific music video director. He actually did Snoop Dogg's What's My Name video. Snoop Doggy, dog, bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yeah. It's still hard to believe that Snoop Dogg didn't win no Grammy. He had one of the greatest record debuts in history, and he has yet to win a Grammy. And he's still relevant to me. I still like Snoop Dogg stuff. He's still producing. And anyway, but 5'5" Freddie did that video. 5'5" Freddie was a Renaissance man. He was good friends with John Michelle Basquiat. Man, I had the honor, thanks to Michael Holman, Money Mike. He was the manager of the NYC Breakers. Money Mike Holman is a friend of mine, and he did the first hip hop TV show in history called Graffiti Rock. Look it up. You might be able to see clips of it online. Graffiti Rock was one episode, but he put on Run DMC, Kool Moe Dee. You had Vincent Gallo, who was a well-known independent filmmaker and actor in the movies, and Debbie Mazar. She used to sing with Madonna, I think, but also, if you remember Debbie Mazar, she was in Entourage on HBO. And she did a couple other things. Debbie's interesting, but Money Mike Holman. Michael Holman is a friend of mine. We brought him to Memphis twice to speak at events that my organization sponsored, the We All Be Group Incorporated. So I was up in New York City on December 13th of 2013. I said December 3rd. I mean, I was up in New York right before New Year's, late December of 2013. I went to 5'5" Freddie's home on Sugar Hill. I want to live at Sugar Hill. He lived in a beautiful, gorgeous brownstone. I was getting that good contact high. He got that documentary about weed and all this stuff on Netflix. You need to check it out. So I was getting a good contact high as hell, man. High. And we were looking at the documentary about that a famous music studio in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Sweet Home, Alabama. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Wilson Pickett, all them guys, Aretha Franklin. They did amazing songs down there in Muscle Shoals. So I was telling him we had this deep conversation because these guys are Renaissance men. They're brilliant. These are iconic guys. I'm just Ron Hurd, right? I'm just Ron. I'm just brother Ron. So I was telling him because also I'm a jazz head, and 5-5 Freddy's godfather was none other than the legendary Max Roach, one of the founding fathers of modern jazz. Max Roach, the great bebop drummer who played with Bird and Dizzy and Thelonious, and who played with the great Clifford Brown. And he was, when Malcolm used to have his rallies up in New York, he would play with his wife, the great singer and actress Abby Lincoln, beautiful sister. That was his godfather. But I told him something he didn't even know. And like, I love when I could do this. I said, Ho Chi Minh, the leader of the Viet Cong, was a great admirer of Marcus Garvey. He's come to New York just to listen to him speak. He's come to Harlem. He said, I didn't know that. You sure that's true? I said, yeah, man. Keep on talking on that talk. High as hell, man. And I remember I got an email from him that's a couple of days later. He said, you tell the truth about Ho Chi Minh listening to Marcus Garvey. So you don't know how powerful when a black man could speak his mind, can have a platform to speak his mind. That's too much power for a black man to have. So you remember that although you may not agree with Ye or Kyrie or anybody, there is a fear when a black man cannot be controlling his thoughts and action and speech. This system worst fear is an educated black man who is not afraid to stand on truth while speaking his mind. You never forget. But anyway, thank you. Hey, thank you, G Mars, for tuning in. Yeah, you learn something new every day. That's the goal, to learn something new every day. But yeah, Marcus Garvey was the inspiration for the Vietnam War. They don't want to tell you the truth about that. Just like Robert F. Williams is the reason why Richard Nixon was able to visit China. He made a deal with the government so he could come back home to America because Robert F. Williams was living in Cuba at one point. I got the idea for News Free Dixie from Robert F. Williams' Radio Free Dixie program he used to broadcast from Cuba. They're trying to encourage enlisted black men to lead an insurrection against the United States government. So he was a threat. So he was a guest of honor of Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. But it was my cousin, the great actor, playwright, revolutionary journalist, Julian Mayfield, who drove Robert F. Williams and his wife Mabel and their family out of the country, from my understanding, to Canada so they could get to Cuba. Then they become the guests of Chairman Mao and the Chinese government. So Robert F. Williams was able to make a deal with the U.S. government to come. He faced his kidnapping charges, and they dropped him. He beat him in court. I think William Kunstler, the famous New York attorney, was his counsel. He beat that, and he was employed by the University of Michigan for years because of his knowledge about China. And his wife passed, I believe, in, I want to say either 2013 or 2014. I think her name was Mabel Williams. And I had wrote my condolences to her son, who was a minister up in Detroit. He passed on to glory. And so they read my condolences at her funeral, at her homegoing. But Robert F. Williams passed back in October 1996 in his 70s. But like he said, the reason why they don't talk about him because he survived. His good friends Malcolm and Martin both died at 39, and Robert F. Williams was able to get through the cracks and live to his 70s. But look up Robert F. Williams interviews online. They're worth looking up. But it's powerful, man. This is the season of revolution and understanding, overstanding, and understanding. I'm just trying to look up stuff. I'm constantly trying to look up stuff. I know people trying to find loopholes, and I get stuff wrong, and whatever. You already know. Yeah, Mabel Robinson Williams. Mabel Williams. Yeah. Yep. Sister Mabel Williams. She died April 19th, 2014. Yeah, that was his wife. But my cousin Julian Mayfield, because it's weird. I always say we gotta know research our roots, because I just love Malcolm X growing up. I had a love for Robert F. Williams, not realizing my blood cousin Julian Mayfield was a real revolutionary who helped both men. He helped Robert F. Williams and his wife get out the country, and then he helped Malcolm. He had a place to stay when he stayed in Ghana. He stayed with my cousin and his wife, Dr. Anna Olivia Cordero, a Puerto Rican American who was the personal physician of Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois when he was living in Ghana. And my cousin Julian Mayfield used to travel Africa with Dr. Maya Angelou and Malcolm X, but Malcolm used to stay at their home in Ghana. We call them, I mean, I got these my connections, man. I can't make this up. This is part of my family. But yeah, I always had a thing for Malcolm, man. Probably why I vibe with Dick Gregory, because Dick was real close to Marvin Gaye. He always said it was something about me. You know, he always saying it's something about you don't even know who you are. And he probably didn't know who my cousin was, Marvin Gaye, because he did Marvin's eulogy. So I'm related to a lot of interest. I'm even related to Spud Webb. So I mean, I Sister Rosetta Tharpe, Curtis Mayfield, Big Miller. I got a cousin that's still around, Vanessa Bell Armstrong, the great gospel singer in Detroit. These are some of my people. I'm related to a lot of other different people, but you know, I guess I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. So somebody gave me an assignment to watch the movie Sparkle and listen to the soundtrack that my cousin Curtis Mayfield did. He did a lot. I mean, Curtis Mayfield changed the game when it came to movie soundtracks. And he's my cousin. That's what they tell me anyway. I don't know. But I'm going to go with that. That sounds good, right? So let's talk about this Richard Masato Aoki. Aoki. So he was sunrise November 20th, 1938. Sunset March 15, 2009. Was an American educator and college counselor, best known as a civil rights activist and early member of the Black Panther Party. He joined the early Black Panther Party and was eventually promoted to the position of Field Marshal. Although there were several Asian Americans in the Black Panther Party, Aoki was the only one to have a formal leadership position. Following Aoki's death, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's records on him were obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, showing that over a period of 15 years, he had been an informant for the government. And I'm going to go with Aoki. I already told you, I don't know. I might be saying his name wrong. Aoki. Oh, God. Help me all. Help us all. Richard Aoki was born in San Leandro, California in 1938 to Japanese parents, Shojo Aoki and Toshiko Kanye. We'll go with that. He and his family were interned at the Topaz War Relocation Center in Utah from 1942 to 1945 due to Executive Order 9066. They moved to Oakland, California, a predominantly Black neighborhood after World War II ended. In junior high, Aoki joined a gang. Later, would brag that he was a great street fighter and still managed to become a cold valedictorian. Okay. Later, in a deal to expunge his criminal record, Aoki spent 1 year in active duty serving in the United States Army, first as a medic and later in the infantry, and 7 years in the reserves. In this time, he became proficient in firearms. During his time in the reserves, he was elected to the Berkeley Young Socialist Alliance's Executive Council and was a member of other socialist groups, reporting information he gathered back to the FBI. He attended Merritt College for 2 years, where he became close friends with his longtime acquaintances, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, the founding members of the Black Panther Party. The organization was founded in October 1966, 1 month after Aoki transferred to the University of California, Berkeley. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in sociology in 1968 and a master of social work degree in 1970. It was originally reported that Aoki died at his home in Berkeley from complications from dialysis. Nearly a year later, it was publicly revealed that he had died of suicide from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He never married and had no children. His life was chronicled in the 2009 documentary film Aoki. On August 20th, 2012, a report by the Center for Investigative Reporting journalist Seth Rosenfeld alleged Aoki was an FBI informant who had infiltrated chapters of the Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, and nearly from its inception, the Black Panther Party. In response to a FOIA request by Rosenfeld, it was revealed that a November 16th, 1967 FBI intelligence report listed Aoki as an informant with the code number T-2. Former FBI agent turned banker Bernie Threadgill Jr. also said that he worked with Aoki, stating he was my informant. I developed him. Wow. Okay. So September 7, 2012, the Center for Investigative Reporting published a second story about Aoki with new documents detailing his 221-page informant file. The file was released under court order after a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. The second story notes Aoki was designated the code name Richard Ford. The file details 16 years of cooperation between Aoki and the FBI's San Francisco office. According to the story, the records show that at various points he provided information that was unique and of extreme value. Okay, y'all, that's what they put out there. So that's like an agent to me, because I mean that's like somebody that did some damage, and he was the guy that was the gun supplier for the Black Panther Party. You think about all the trouble that the Black Panther Party got in trouble with guns, like when they went up to the state capitol in Sacramento in California. They put a target on them, even though they were within their rights to showcase their guns, but it put a target on them. Think about all the shootouts that happened around the country. Think about all the assassinations. Think about Fred Hampton, who was murdered in his bed next to his pregnant fiancee, December 4th, 1969, on the west side of Chicago. His bodyguard, FBI informant William O'Neill, FBI agent provocateur William O'Neill, who provided the floor plans for the layout of Fred Hampton's apartment, also was killed with Defense Captain Mark Clark. We interviewed his sister over a year ago. Defense Captain Mark Clark's sister we interviewed. She did a book about her brother. He was just I want to say he was 22, and Fred Hampton was 21, but was proven in a civil lawsuit, one of the longest civil lawsuit cases in American history. In 1982, the government was found guilty of killing Fred Hampton, and the families of Mark Clark and Fred Hampton was paid almost $2 million, which is not enough, for what the loss. We lost so many people, not just them, but you think about our Prentice Bunchy Carter and John Huggins, so many soldiers, even Bobby Hutton was killed not too long after Dr. King in Memphis, one of the first members of the Black Panther Party for self-defense out in Oakland. But it's sad, man. And you think about what Huey P. Newton got in trouble when he got into that issue where they say he killed that police officer, was facing the death penalty in California. And some people believe that Huey P. Newton was under mind control. He was messed around with in prison. But I will always tell people, please read Huey's autobiography, Revolutionary Suicide. He talks about a lot of interesting things in that book. And I had the chance to see his interview he did with Eyes on the Prize for their documentary series. It's online, it's on YouTube. It's under an hour, and it's worth looking at because they killed Huey Newton. Because it still don't sound right how he got killed in Oakland back in August of '89. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, I don't think. I think he was in the late 40s. But when I see that interview, and I know people that work with Huey, they told me things about Huey. I think Huey really was trying to do right by the people in his own way. He had his issues, he had his drug issues, whatever. But I think Huey was a brilliant man. He was very brilliant. He was brilliant, man. And I think people need to study his works, man. I mean, I hope his soul is at peace, but he was a brilliant man. But I heard stories about Huey. But anyway, you got to start thinking about this stuff. There's a lot to take in. Because when we talk about ages, I want y'all to do a deep study. Because like I said, Dick Gregory would talk about how Queen Mother MOOR was used to bring down Marcus Garvey. Dick Gregory said this on several occasions that's been recorded. That Queen Mother MOOR was an agent. And I know a lot of people in the Black conscious community got love for Queen Mother MOOR. I think, is it Queen Mother MOOR? I mean, you get that name right. Y'all crucified, brother. Let me get those names right. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I said that dude name. I'm just looking at how they got his pronunciation broke down on Wikipedia. Yeah, Queen Mother MOOR. No, she's from Louisiana. And it might be some truth to that, because, Marcus Garvey, the strongest support he had in the United States was in the state of Louisiana. His strongest support was in the state of Louisiana. Don't forget that when they deported Marcus Garvey, they did so through the port of New Orleans, right? He went down to New Orleans, got deported, but also he had a lieutenant in his organization. His name was Reverend James Eason. It's hard to find information on Reverend James Eason. I'm trying to look him up now. It's hard to find information on Reverend James Eason. Let me see. Yeah, James Walker Hood Eason. He was he was a very charismatic minister who was allegedly assassinated in a place known as the Black House down in New Orleans because he was going to become an informant on the UNIA. They're going to flip him as an informant for the government against Marcus Garvey, and some of Marcus Garvey's followers put in that work on him, and they got rid of him down in New Orleans allegedly. But look up the name, look him up. Reverend James Walker Hood Eason. That's his name. Let me put it in the chat. Somebody asked me, was Father Divine? I don't know, man. We all agents. The thing about it is, we all represent some type of agenda, whether we are conscious of that or not conscious. We all are walking advertisements for agendas. Social media has made everybody a potential MK Ultra sex kitten or Manchurian candidate. You understand that social media has done the job that they used to do in secret. They do it out in public now. Back in the 50s and stuff, they used to do this in secrecy. And at these military installations, right? Look at all the weird stuff that happened in Fort Hood, Texas, with the girl, the Latina girl, and so many other people getting messed up. You remember that Muslim psychiatrist that went on a mass shooting spree down in Fort Hood? All those people that go missing down in Fort Hood. Why is that place still open? What are they doing down in Fort Hood? That's the same place where Jackie Robinson had the trouble with the military police on the bus down in Fort Hood, Texas. And that's named after a Confederate general, I think. What's going on in Fort Hood that people be having all these psychotic breakdowns or breaks, and they be disappearing and stuff? They got a Netflix documentary about that Latina. She's beautiful. A girl named Vanessa. That they found her remains. She got disappeared, and it's just weird. But I mean, these military installations are weird. There be some weird stuff happening at these places. But lose my train of thought. But yeah, yeah, I'm pushing it. I know. Well, Dick cursed me out a couple of times. That's another story. About Huey. Now, Huey, it's a great documentary. Dick Gregory said a lot of things. I think for myself, no disrespect to Baba Dick. I mean, he got his reasons. He's privy to stuff that I have not been privy to. It's like when somebody try to call Kanye West or Ye crazy. He been in rooms I have never been in. He had access to things and resources I had never had access to. So I'm not qualified to call somebody crazy when I look at how we allow ourselves to be treated as a people in this system for generations. I think that's insane, but that's another story. But some people believe that Huey was messed around with when he was in prison, like in terms of like they programmed him a certain way, like he wasn't the same Huey. And then you got to think about his relationship with Elaine Brown. I know Judge Joe Brown keep on talking about she not an agent and all that stuff. I mean, hold on, Judge. I mean, but I'm looking at her book, A Taste of Power. She talks about her relationship, I believe, with J. Richard Kennedy, who was an MK Ultra guy from the government. He used to be Harry Belafonte's manager. And not only that, his business partner was Stanley Levison, the Jewish lawyer that was in the ear of Dr. King. See, Dr. King, his handler was a guy, a lawyer named Stanley Levison, a Jew. And then Elaine Brown, mentor and handler, was a guy named J. Richard Kennedy, who was a MK Ultra like agent dude. Look him up. And he was involved in the Hollywood. Like I say, he was a manager for Harry Belafonte at one point. And he also, I think he worked with Frank Sinatra. And we talked about this on the show. So you got to do your own research. Y'all, as I get older, I don't like putting these folks on pedestals no more, man. We got to stop worshiping these celebrities and think they can do no wrong, or these people y'all love. There's a difference between being a black leader and leading black. You got some leading blacks around here leading us to nowhere, to no conclusions, to no gains, to no glory. So what you got to do is you got to just separate yourself from the messenger and look at the message. And Judge got his reasons. Like I said, Judge is he was there when Bunchy Carter and John Huggins got killed at the UCLA campus. He said they tried to take him out. Judge talked about Ronald DeFries. I think that was Sinke of the Seminole Liberation Army. He went to school with him. Judge is a unique figure, man. And like I said, you can listen to Judge everywhere now. Judge is everywhere. And he might be the next mayor of Memphis, Tennessee, but I don't agree with everything that Judge say. I don't agree with, he trying to give Thurgood Marshall a pass. I'm not going to give Thurgood Marshall a pass. That's part of his legacy because it's been documented that he was working with the boys. And he had a disdain for Dr. King and them. And let me see. Now, I'm all over the dang place, but let me see this. Let me say this. Oh, boy. Like, a 3-hour show. Jesus Christ. But if you like the words from Brother Herb, please support what we do. You cash out your support. Right here, cash out, $R2C2H2. Google Pay, PayPal, and Zelle your support. The email is r2c2h2@gmail.com. That's r2c2h2@gmail.com. That's r2c2h2@gmail.com. Vimo your support at r2c2h2. That's Vimo at r2c2h2. Apple Cash 901-299-4355. That's 901-299-4355. Also patreon.com/weallbe, or be a member. Let's be friends. Let's be family, because we all be in it to win it. Okay? Buy Artemis art, r2c2h2.com. That's r2c2h2.com. You even wear Artemis art. Look at this. Got Malcolm and Muhammad, the brothers. Blood brothers, blood. That's my artwork. There should be a shelf below the description where you can access the t-shirts or whatever, the hoodies and all that good stuff. So anyway, let me get ready. And I know y'all trying to do like, we ain't gonna talk about Malcolm Shabazz and Shanquella. I'm coming up to that, but let me finish off this because I'm just tired of this agent talk. The agents ain't what they used to be. The social media is the real agent provocateur. They already spying on us through our phones and our laptops and TVs and stuff like that. They're listening everywhere. The feds be watching and listening. The feds be listening. The feds be listening, man. So there's no privacy anymore. Someone said like all this agent talk because you may not agree with a person's point of view, or you're afraid of the words that come out their mouth. There's no need for that. Let the people decide who they think the agents are. And what's wrong with being an agent for what you advocate for? Because everybody, we walk in advertisements for agendas we not aware of. If you wearing Nikes or Jordans, if you wearing Basilingia, whatever the child people Balenciaga, when you wearing that, or you wearing Bugle Boy jeans, or If you like Kentucky Fried Chicken, or you like Popeye chicken, or you eat Taco Bell, you walk in the advertise, you're an agent or you're a promoter of ideas and philosophies and brands that you may not even be aware of. So what's this thing about being an agent? Who all being used to promote an agenda that a lot of us not even aware of? That's the point I'm trying to make. That's naivete, because if you like so-called name brands, you're an agent of those name brands, and you paying to wear their stuff. You paying for their food, and you promote it at the same time. It's interesting, man. It's interesting times. But anyway, that's a picture of Thurgood Marshall with J. Edgar Hoover. You know that's Hoover. And William Ramsey. That's a William Ramsey. He was Attorney General under Lyndon B. Johnson. Is his name? Ramsey Clark, right? Is it Ramsey Clark? Let me get his name right, because I don't want y'all to crucify me too much. He just died. Excuse me. He just died not too long ago. Ramsey Clark. He died April 9th, 2021. But he was born December 19th, or December 18th, excuse me, 1927. But he just died not too long ago. Now, he was the Attorney General under Lyndon B. Johnson. And also his father was a Supreme Court Justice, I believe. A U.S. Supreme Court Justice. Let me see. Okay. I'm just looking up some stuff right quick. It's relative. And his father was Supreme Court Justice from 49 to 67. So that's his father was Tom C. Clark. Okay. His father also was Attorney General as well. That's interesting. Truman, I think. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about Thurgood Marshall, and it's tied up in a nice little neat knot, and let's move on. Because we all be in it to win it. So I'm reading something from the History Channel, or history.com, I guess. Thurgood Marshall had a secret relationship with the FBI. Did it help or hurt the civil rights movement? It's written by Aaron Blakemore. Came out October 12th, 2017 on Dick Gregory's birthday. The same year he died. He would have been 85 years old that year. October 12th. That's Dick Gregory talking to me. So it says the civil rights movement had plenty of enemies. There was the KKK, which bombed black churches and harassed protesters. There were countless white citizen councils, groups of segregationists that secretly tracked the movements of civil rights leaders and worked to counter voter registration drives and school integration. But perhaps the movement's most powerful enemy was the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which spied on, meddled with, and targeted civil rights leaders for decades. Now, you black folks, on Shanquila Robinson thing, I'm glad that black social media really lit that fire to get that done, to try to bring justice and closure. But y'all, like, when the FBI got involved, oh yeah, man, we thank God for the FBI. Man, it's like I'm living in a weird universe where y'all mad at Jerry Jones, but y'all not mad at the FBI. Y'all mad at Jerry Jones, but y'all not mad, but y'all not mad at Joe Biden. And even Dave Chappelle said, he trying to tell the people that support Trump, look, we was already on this bus long before y'all got on the bus. We was always talking about get rid of the FBI. And that y'all apply the FBI, the same FBI that had agents in the car when that white mother from Detroit, Powell, was murdered in Alabama just for helping black people during the Selma campaign. And they had FBI in the car with the Klansmen that killed that white woman, that white housewife and mother, Powell. Okay. It might come as a surprise then that, let me see, Thurgood Marshall. Is it a surprise, folks, that Thurgood Marshall is who they say he is? Or is it a surprise that he wasn't who we thought he was? It might come as a surprise then that Thurgood Marshall, the first African-American justice of the United States Supreme Court and an outspoken advocate of civil rights, provided the FBI with information about the civil rights movement throughout the 1950s. So he did it throughout the 1950s. So, okay. Was Marshall an FBI snitch? When his secret relationship with the FBI was revealed by reporters after the justice's death, it seemed like that might be the case. But the story of Marshall's relationship with a group that terrorized the civil rights movement he so publicly supported is anything but simple. As a black man growing up in the American South under Jim Crow, Marshall was more than familiar with the discrimination that sparked the civil rights movement. The descendant of slaves, Marshall's father worked at the Gibson Allen Club in Maryland, a country club that prohibited African American and Jewish members. Okay. In 1930, Marshall came face to face with institutional segregation when he was denied admission to the University of Maryland Law School because of his race. That experience and his determination that the Constitution be applied equally to all informed his future career. He began to attack state-sponsored segregation as a young attorney and developed close ties with the NAACP along the way. As a member of the group, Marshall founded its Legal Defense Fund, acted as its chief legal counsel for a time, and regularly defended it in court. Okay. Those public actions caught the eye of the FBI. Marshall was a member of the National Lawyers Guild, a group that represented labor unions, civil rights groups, and during the Red Scare after World War II, a number of suspected communists. Files from the era showed that the Bureau monitored the group closely, even wiretapping its members and asking for personal denouncement from their associates. Marshall was on the FBI's radar because of his membership in the NLG, but he wondered if cooperating with the Bureau might be a way to protect the NAACP from accusations of communism. First, he got himself on the FBI's radar by writing letters to the agency claiming that they weren't doing enough to protect Black Southerners. He even met with the Bureau's director, J. Edgar Hoover, after exchanging a series of heated letters criticizing the FBI. Okay. He'd been in the FBI's sights before, but now Marshall was well aware he was being spied on. He tolerated that surveillance in exchange for the ability to potentially protect the NAACP. The civil rights lawyer, like the agency, was increasingly concerned that communists might be infiltrating the NAACP. There you go. Marshall and other civil rights leaders knew that being associated with communists at the height of the Red Scare would diminish the organization's credibility and damage its reputation. The FBI, Marshall thought, might help shield the NAACP in exchange for information about communists and perhaps focus on other organizations instead. And so he began feeding select information to the Bureau. The NAACP's interactions with the FBI were politically savvy, writes historian David J. Garrow. Marshall repeatedly contacted the agent with secret reports about people like Robert Williams, a militant civil rights leader who encouraged the more mainstream movement to take up arms to gain African American rights. He pointed fingers at suspected communists, and he kept channels of communication with Hoover and his spies open. Okay. But unbeknownst to Marshall, Hoover had set up COINTELPRO, a secret FBI program that specifically targeted the civil rights movement. He authorized his agents to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, and otherwise neutralize various civil rights focused organizations. Though they did not include the NAACP, there was significant crossover within the movement. The FBI's attacks on civil rights didn't just focus on groups it considered extreme. Despite numerous tips that the Freedom Rise of 1961 would turn violent, the FBI did not act, and it turned a blind eye to other attacks against civil rights leaders. Hoover even targeted Martin Luther King Jr., hounding him, collecting salacious information they might use to eventually discredit him, and continuing their baseless investigations long after it was clear that he presented no threat. Ultimately, Marshall got something else from J. Edgar Hoover: support for his rising career. He was convinced I was responsible for routing the commies out of the NAACP, and I did, said Marshall in an interview. However, it's uncertain exactly how much Hoover's approval of Marshall helped him professionally, or how the civil rights movement might have fared without FBI interference. Given the FBI's meddling in the fight for civil rights, it's easy to interpret Marshall's action as those of a traitor interested in his own reputation over that of the movement. But when the full extent of his involvement with the FBI became clear in the 90s, historians and friends came to his defense. Thurgood Marshall very much loved his country and detested communists. William T. Coleman Jr., a former cabinet officer and friend, told the New York Times, he was someone who spent his whole life trying to use the Constitution as a real force in his civil rights efforts, and I think his reaction against communists is one you would expect it to be toward people who wanted to undermine the Constitution. When he was showed the file, Marshall's son, Thurgood Marshall Jr., called the newly discovered collaboration an ironic twist. It's easy to forget the price a group could pay for being associated with the communists during the Red Scare of the 50s. Social ostracism, imprisonment, the loss of tax-exempt status for organizations, and the loss of the ability to practice law for individuals. Though Marshall never spoke at length about his cooperation with the FBI during his lifetime, his letters and some brief interviews revealed that he thought he was helping the NAACP by protecting them from the FBI's wrath. Marshall's secret relationship with the FBI shows what was at stake as African Americans tried to further civil rights and the compromises some felt were necessary to fight for the cause. Okay, now that's fascinating. So it's complex. What I'm trying to say is I can see how Thurgood Marshall did what he did as a chess move to protect his priority, which was the NAACP, because what people forget, that communist thing was real, but the violation of people's civil liberties was also real and still continues to this day. If you think about like Joseph McCarthy, the senator from Wisconsin, he was a favorite of the Kennedy family, like he dated the Kennedy sisters. He was the godfather of Robert Kennedy's first child, Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, the former lieutenant governor of Maryland. And his legal counsel consisted of Robert F. Kennedy. That was his first real job in Capitol Hill, was working as a legal counsel for Senator Joseph McCarthy. And Roy Cohn was also part of the legal counsel team. Roy Cohn was a kingmaker, a mob attorney, and also he was Donald Trump's mentor. So Roy Cohn helped mentor Donald Trump. And people could say what they want about Joseph McCarthy. He was popular at one point, but there were communists in the federal government. And it was communist. McCarthy was right, but they demonized McCarthy at the end, and he got killed, or he died under questionable circumstances at that Bethesda Naval Hospital. He went there for some type of knee issue. He ended up dead. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. But Donald Trump got out there quick, didn't he? But there were communists in the government. It's the case of Aldrich Hiss, who worked in the government. He was compromised. Then you had the Rosenbergs, Ethel and Julius Rosenberg. They were actual spies for Russia. And they were executed. They had little kids. They had two sons that was raised by a guy named Abe Mayerpool. He wrote the song Strange Fruit. It was a white, I guess he's Jewish, Mayerpool. He wrote the song Strange Fruit that Billie Holiday made famous. Like a song that's identified with Billie Holiday, and the government went after her. You see what happened to Billie Holiday, okay? She didn't have a holiday with the government. They went out there and destroyed her. But there were spies and communists in the government. But, it's the way you go about it. Tain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. Tain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. Tain't what you do, it's the way that you do it. It is what it is. But that's history. But I guess moving on. Let's talk about Malcolm Latif Shabazz, the grandson of Dr. Betty Shabazz, and El Haj Malik Shabazz, with El Haj El Malik Shabazz, brother known as Malcolm X, how you say his name. Their grandson, who died under questionable circumstances down in Mexico back in I want to say May the 9th, 2013. I can't believe that, almost 10 years ago. Dick Gregory talked about what happened to brother Malcolm Shabazz on my show. I'm going to play a snippet of that if we get ready to talk about brother Malcolm Shabazz. I guess I can't believe I'm doing a 3-hour show. And I was so tired, and I'm doing a 3-hour show. Let's see what y'all saying. Man. Okay. Yeah, you kind of uptight, but I think Thurgood did a lot of good for the people. It's complex. And my thing is, we got to stop making people simple. People are complex, like Dr. King, Stanley Levinson. I think he had a connection to the Communist Party. Dr. King's Jewish lawyer, who was really like a person who helped control Dr. King in a way, who was also business partners with J. Richard Kennedy, MK Ultra dude. Let's see. Okay. So let me play this thing about Dick Gregory talking about the curious case of the strange death of Malcolm Shabazz, the grandson of Malcolm X. This is We All Be, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. News Free Dixie for the 21st century. We all be in it to win it. And thank y'all for the support for the donations and the future donations. We love you madly. And so it begins. This is We All Be, News Free Dixie for the 21st century. See how it works? Somewhere. Can you dig it?
I was with Martin Luther King, and we were discussing the movie for TV, made for TV.
That in Coretta Lifetime? Okay.
That in Coretta ain't never got on no plane and flew to New York to meet with him. And I said, Martin, she had the children. See, I know this. My son, baby son, used to be financial analyst for the city of New York. And I think this is important to get your research here. To pull up when Betty went to the hospital, burned. She lived in Mount Vernon. You aware of that?
I know, but I think it was Memphis at that time, though. I had got some information I want to share with you about that, too.
Okay, now let's watch this. Let's say when I went by her house, she was living in Mount Vernon. Yonkers, all that's right the same. But she wasn't living in New York City.
Yes, sir.
So when they came and took her out that house, why did they take her to a New York hospital? Why did the person that broke the news to us was the New York mayor and the New York police chief? Because when you come down with a trick, you get the most powerful people you can, so it's more believable.
Yes, sir.
So you saw the New York mayor and New York police chief telling what happened to Betty Shabazz. Huh? Now let me fast forward. I know they expected her to die before she got there. Heck, she didn't. They put a tracheotomy through her throat. So when they got her talking to Coretta in the hospital, she couldn't talk.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And then when at the end, it ended with her grandson standing outside while the police was there. You saw that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And they didn't have him looking like a little child. They had him looking like a man the way he looks now. And then he gets into the police car. And then the next day, the FBI grabbed him. He's fixing to get on a plane and fly to Iran. So I said to Martin, I said, you be a little careful because this movie's trying to tell us something. I didn't know they were setting up to kill the boy. I said, but something is getting ready to happen. Now, let me go back to the night the fire hit.
Yes, sir.
I was to Philly the next day to do a health seminar. That's when I found out Betty is at the brink of death. So I called my wife. And I said, baby, why didn't you tell me about Betty? She said, what? I said, don't you know she's almost dead? Greg, I didn't know it. What do you mean you didn't know it? He's one of the most influential people that ever lived on the planet, and something happened to his wife. I called Joe, man. I said, Joe, I need you to do me a favor, man. Check and find out when the story officially broke. Right. I want to know how my wife or somebody didn't get in touch with somebody to come and tell me. He said, it broke this morning at 10:30. Oh, it happened last night before 11? And it broke at 10:30 today? Okay. So I'll go in and ask them to kind of move my schedule up on one of the things. And I caught me a train and went up there. Got in a town car and had them take me. And I go there. This is the next night. And I asked her neighbors. And she said, yeah, it was 4 men came here with hoods on. Now, she wasn't talking about Ku Klux Klan. She said, you know, the type of hood you use to hide your face. We don't know if it's black or white. There's white folks up there telling me this.
Right.
And said, and we saw them throw it, and they took the boy with them. And I went around the side, around the corner, and talked to the firefighters. And one guy kind of winked and flipped over and told me that whatever that was they used, just ordinary people can't buy that. Now, the next day, I find out that the son, Malcolm, grandson, he's in detention home. Okay, so then I check, and I find out that this white woman looked out her window and saw him, this little black child, wandering around in the rain with no shoes, no clothes on, just his underwear. She opened the door and said, excuse me, you all right? No, ma'am. A white woman gonna bring in a black person at midnight to their house? And so now the universe had already armed me with what time did it break. That's insignificant, right? Except when I asked her, I said, how did you, and I took the mother with her. I said, we got to be very careful. And when you go to the detention to visit him, take a minister with you and don't say nothing what I'm telling you now, or he'll die in that jail. And so I'm talking to the white lady, and she said, yeah, he was here, and I gave him some hot chocolate, and I said, well, real nice, real nice. I said, we're just so happy we heard that, and the mother, she just wanted to come and thank you. Oh, by the way, how did you know who he was? And she said, well, they've been playing it on the news. She don't know. I know.
Right.
See how God works? When you stop being filthy and mean and evil. I said, the news? No, the news didn't break until 10:30 the next day. Oh, she said, well, I know Percy Sutton. And when he told me, who he was, because he couldn't say he set the house on fire because that news hadn't came out yet. Percy Sutton. Oh, Percy Sutton came out of Army intelligence. And that's how he built up that empire. Betty called me when the daughter, the boy's mother, got framed by the government in Minnesota, you know, was supposed to hire this white boy who was her lover to kill Minister Farrakhan.
Yes, sir.
And come to find out he's an undercover FBI informant.
Mm-hmm.
So now here this good, because this is the connection to me. So Daddy called me, said, I'm in Minnesota, come to get my daughter out of jail, and they said in 2 days they'll have the arraignment, and she can be released to me. And she said, I'm here with Bill Consular, the lawyer that's supposed to be so good with civil rights and all of that. And 90% of his cases was mob cases and drug cases with the mob. He's nothing but a punk bug. And so she called me 2 days later, crying and screaming. She said, Bill Consular, and Percy Sutton, some kind of way, they locked me in my hotel room and went over there and arraigned my daughter without me. Did you hear me?
No.
Without me. Now let's fast forward. The woman said, Percy Sutton. She called him. Now, they don't know, I know what really happened. Some of his friends called me last week, and I don't know if they said he heard the tape on your show or some show, what I just told you. And
Listen.
He said, Mr. Gregory's the most honest man. This is what he told him. Honest man in the world. He said what he said, that's what happened. Now he was there. Huh? So now we go up to last Friday, Thursday.
Yes, sir.
And the only paper that broke the news before any white folks was the Amsterdam News. And they didn't print on that day.
Yes, sir.
But this was a friend of the family, they thought. This woman, this PR woman.
Yeah, Trini Williams, I believe. I think his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes out all over the world. And then it says the Amsterdam News. So all at once now they're going to let a black person break it. And every time I heard it that night, which wasn't that much, they was talking about, you mean nobody confirmed this with the American Embassy? Huh? A black paper in New York? See, those are the tricks you look for. Huh?
Yes,
So now it was two different stories. One, it was a robbery. Another one, somebody threw him off a roof. At two different cities.
Right.
And so now I started calling around. Come to find out some strange Mexicans he had hooked up with. And the guy said he didn't want to go because he didn't have no money. They said, oh, you don't have to worry about nothing. Now they tell us he had a $1,500 bar bill. Now, assassinated, just like the Kennedy family. John was killed because he was trying to find out what happened. Robert Kennedy was killed because when he won California, he's a shoo-in to be the presidential nominee for the Democrats. He's killed. And so that's what they did to this boy. His mama is under brain control. He's under brain control. FBI been harassing him. So they setting him up. So now he's dead. Now you're going to see, unless this show stops it, I don't mean you, people hear it. Now you're going to see the FBI going to come in after investigating it and said he had hooked up with this Mexican gang to kill Minister Farrakhan. Who wouldn't believe it? Who wouldn't believe it? My grandmother believed that his mama wanted to kill Farrakhan, okay? And they believed Farrakhan because if you looked at the Coretta thing, they talk more about Farrakhan killing Malcolm, huh? Because they don't know the high echelon. Private can't make a decision to kill a foreign military officer because that's not like the chain of command.
The chain of command, Elijah Muhammad would have to make that decision, not a minister. Okay? And so consequently now, if they wiped out Farrakhan and then they came out and said, we was trying to warn him, he didn't want protection because...
I just want to interject on the Malcolm Shabazz thing. I want to share this with you because this is important.
Please,
Because Malcolm Shabazz, he heard our interview. I put it out on YouTube. You talking about the bed in Coretta back in February. He actually put it on his main website. He tweeted it on his Twitter. And this is what he told people and companies what you said was correct. This is a email I got a couple of days ago from Malcolm, from a friend of Malcolm Shabazz. It's dated March 25th. I want to read it to you and have you respond to this because this is very important. Because Brother Malcolm said this. This is from March 25th of this year, 2013. He said, Brother Dick Gregory is on point. Only error is that it was Yonkers, not Mount Vernon, but next to each other.
Okay.
Here's what he said. What? But I want you to hear this because you are. This is why you are such a gem. Well, this is what Malcolm said. Well, I never really speak to people about this outside some Lake Found. But when it first happened, I was in the hospital and some detectives came to see me and asked me what happened. Mind you, I'm 12 years old. I told them the truth, and they told me to not say that. Then they made me write a statement, but told me what to say happened. My lawyer, Percy Sultan, I'm just, Percy Sultan, who we know to be CIA. Now, he said, who we know to be CIA, told me to never tell truth or I'll spend the rest of my life in prison, which was probably true. He said this, I don't know how did Gregory know about the hooded man and whatnot. Then I was sent into this program way in the middle of nowhere in Massachusetts where they would make me say, I did all this shit I ain't do. And I told me if I did not own up to my actions, I would not get out. So I was made to say I did shit I didn't. And after saying it for so long, shit, so that's what it is. I have some very powerful enemies. And like that, but I'm still here though.
Would you do me a favor? Is that all of it?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm reading what he said. Yeah.
No, I want you to repeat that. No, I know. But wait one minute.
So it is good to have that in the archives of Bobby D. Gregory talking about, because he had a close relationship with the Shabazz family. They spoke at his funeral. Representative Malcolm's daughter, one of his beautiful daughters, spoke at Bobby D. Gregory's funeral. And that was actually email. And it's just so much stuff to that, because I remember when the Betty and Coretta movie came out, and it had some stuff that was problematic, because how could Mary J. Blige, who was playing Betty, after getting burnt up so bad, how was she able to communicate with everybody while she's burned up over a majority of her body, or third-degree burns? And how was she so lucid and communicating with people while she's burnt up to almost a crisp? It's movies, man. It's make-believe, and we got to stop taking a Hollywood teleplay or a movie as the biblical truth, or whatever you may think of that. It's time to do some research. But the games, because like Brother Dick Gregory said, if you look at that movie, they will point a lot of fingers at the minister. You talked about Brother Malcolm's mom being set up by the government in alleged plot to eliminate or neutralize Minister Farrakhan. I talked about this a couple of times, how he tried to make peace with Malcolm's widow, Betty. They met at the Apollo Theater. I think A.L.L. Sharpton was the mediator and stuff, and I read the final call about it the same year the Million Man March happened. So they've been trying for a minute. But like I said, like Malcolm family, like the Kennedy family, it's something about they don't want no strong male heir to Malcolm's legacy to rise up. They got a lot of beautiful black women in that family, but they could not allow for a male heir, because I think Brother Malcolm left behind two daughters, Malcolm Latif Shabazz. But let me read a little bit about him as well, just to set the mood a little bit. And like I'm saying, we'll get out of here soon enough. But I just want to talk about it because y'all talking about Shanquella. What's her name? Shanquella Robinson. That's her name. Shanquella Robinson. But yeah, look what happened to Brother Malcolm in Mexico. Almost 10 years ago, which is crazy to believe. It'll be 10 years next year. But do y'all realize what was the aftermath? What happened? What was anybody charged for the crime? Was there a trial? Because like we don't do a good job of following up on these type of things. And so we're gonna talk about that. And make it happen. Let me see. Just trying to find some stuff. It's a lot. I got a lot of little tabs open. I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna manifest a staff, a research staff, and maybe a secretary or executive assistant. Oh man, it is so much news to talk about, but I enjoy being able to talk about things in the current event cycle in historical analysis and perspective. And I want to encourage you all to be thinking like that as well. Just don't accept the their version, create your version. And don't be afraid to share what you know. You know, if you want to live forever, share what you know. Whether they know your name, because like what Baba Dick Gregory would say, when the universal God uses you sometimes, the universal God don't leave the fingerprints of that, but it leaves the evidence. Leaves the evidence. May not get the glory, but the people shall get the glory. Because like Dr. King said, we as a people shall get to the promised land. So let's see. Thank you, Sister Yvette Strutter. I see you in there. Thank you for being engaged. I think the audience, the chat room, very sophisticated, brilliant people in the chat room. Thank y'all for being consistent supporters of We All Be, because we all be in it to win it. So I'm a visual person, so I like to have visuals when I'm talking and all that stuff. So I'm a visual. And his brother Malcolm with his grandfather, the late great Malcolm X, his grandfather. But they don't want no strong male lineage to come out of that, which is interesting. They don't want a strong male lineage to help. I mean, it's a fearful black man in his right mind, because really he was following his path. Like his father, his grandfather had trouble when he was a young man. He was a troubled young man, and he got back on the right footing. And Malcolm Shabazz was only 28 years young. So I'm sure like almost 10 years later, he would be in a different mindset. And he felt like he was on his way, but he really should never been in Mexico to begin with, let alone Mexico City like that. He shouldn't even be in there. He was, I don't know. But there's a lot to that. But with the passions of time, people forget about those times. But do you remember the time? Do you remember? Okay. So Malcolm Latif Shabazz, he also was a Libra like Baba Dick Gregory. Sunrise, October 8th, 1984. Sunset, May 9th, 2013, was the grandson of civil rights activist Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. Through their daughter, Kabila, is it Kabila? Kabila Shabazz. Kabila Shabazz, okay. Shabazz made headlines for various reasons throughout his life, most notably in that he caused the fire that killed his grandmother, Betty. Now, you said, Baba Dick Gregory talked about, when Malcolm Shabazz said it was that white woman that led him into her home, and how did Baba Dick know about that? Now, this is how they do this thing. We gotta counter that narrative. He was murdered in Mexico on May 9th, 2013, at the age of 28. Malcolm Shabazz was born in Paris on October 8th, 1984. His father, A.L.L. Bouassaba was an Algerian Muslim who his mother, Kabila Shabazz, an African-American Quaker and former Muslim, met there while studying. His mother is of African-American, African Grenadian, English, and Scottish descent. He was the first male descendant of Malcolm X. According to Malcolm, he never met his father. Other sources said Malcolm knew his father, but they had little contact with one another. When Malcolm was a few months old, he and his mother moved to Los Angeles. A little while later, they moved to New York City and then Philadelphia. One landlord there remembered frequently having to let young Malcolm into the apartment because his mother was not at home. Malcolm showed some evidence of disturbance as a child. As a 3-year-old, he reportedly set fire to his shoes. Okay, so they already got that narrative started. He brought a knife to school in the 3rd grade. About the same time, he suffered from delusions and was hospitalized for a short time. During the early 90s, Malcolm often stayed with his grandmother Betty and his aunts in New York, while his mother Kabila lived with various friends. In 1994, Malcolm moved with his mother to Minneapolis. She was being drawn into a plot to assassinate Louis Farrakhan by an FBI informant, Michael Fitzpatrick. Malcolm saw in Fitzpatrick the father figure he had never known, calling him my dad. In January 95, Kabila, was it Kubila or Kabila? I don't know. Kabila was charged with trying to hire an assassin to kill Farrakhan. She accepted a plea agreement with respect to the charges, in which she maintained her innocence but accepted responsibility for her actions. Under the terms of the agreement, she was required to undergo psychological counseling and treatment for drug and alcohol abuse for a 2-year period in order to avoid a prison sentence. For the duration of her treatment, 10-year-old Malcolm was sent to live with Betty at her apartment in Yonkers, New York. Okay. Malcolm visited Kabila in December 1996 in San Antonio, where she was undergoing treatment. She had remarried, and Malcolm quickly bonded with his stepfather. The marriage soon ended. Malcolm and his mother began to fight, sometimes physically. On February 26, 1997, she called the police saying she wanted him committed to a mental hospital. After a brief stay, Malcolm was released. In April, he called the police and reported that he had been in a fight. His mother said she was going to place him in foster care, but sent Malcolm back to New York on April 26 to live with his grandmother instead. So it was the arson incident, right? Let's see. On June 1st, 1997, Malcolm Shabazz, then 12 years of age, started a fire in Betty Shabazz's apartment. She suffered burns over 80% of her body. Police found Malcolm wandering the streets barefoot and reeking of gasoline. Betty Shabazz died of her injuries on June 23rd, 1997. At the hearing, experts described Malcolm as psychotic and schizophrenic. He was also described as brilliant but disturbed. Despite opposition from both Shabazz's defense attorneys and the state prosecutors, the presiding family court judge did not close the case to the press, citing his desire to preserve the integrity of public proceedings. Family court cases in the state were frequently closed to protect children in sensitive cases, though the judge's decision in the Shabazz case came 2 weeks after the state's chief judge announced new rules to keep family court cases open to the public. Former New York City Mayor David Dinkins and former Manhattan Borough President Percy Sultan. Y'all heard about Percy, right? They talked about Percy. Dick talked about Percy. Malcolm Shabazz talked about Percy being CIA. He used to own the Apollo Theater back in the day. Represented Malcolm Shabazz and his Westchester family court trial. At the end of each hearing, Dinkins and Sultan would make a motion to hug Shabazz before he was handcuffed, shackled, and led back to detention. The two lawyers accepted that he started the fire, but argued he intended no real harm to his grandmother. Throughout the trial, Dinkins and Sultan tried to arrange an alternative to youth detention that would satisfy their security, therapeutic, and academic standards by visiting locations from North Carolina to upstate New York. Shabazz pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 18 months of juvenile detention at Hillcrest Education Center in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, for manslaughter and arson, with possible annual extensions until his 18th birthday. After his 18th month sentence elapsed, Shabazz was transferred to Leakin Watts, another treatment center in Yonkers, New York. Following two attempted escapes from the Yonkers facility, officials transferred him again to Woodfield Cottage in Valhalla, New York, where he and another resident escaped the facility within a month. Though the teenager was abroad for a single afternoon and did not commit any additional crimes, Westchester County Attorney Alan Shankman decided to prosecute him due to the alarm the search caused in the local community. Shabazz was eventually released after 4 years. He didn't have a chance. When he was born as the first male descendant of Malcolm X, they already targeted his brother. Okay, I see that he's a targeted individual. Look up that phrase, targeted individual. They was already targeting his brother because of what he represented as the male heir of Malcolm. Y'all do understand that, right? It's weird how they's treating this guy. In a 2003 interview with the New York Times, Shabazz, then age 18, gave his version of the fire and events leading up to it. He explained that he had been unhappy living in New York with his grandmother and had stated being bad, doing anything to get them to send me back to my mother. Then I got the idea to set the fire. Expressing remorse for the event, Shabazz continued, I set the fire in the hallway. I didn't think the whole thing through thoroughly, but she didn't have to run through that fire. There was another way out the house from her room. I guess what she thought was I was stuck and she had to run and get me because it was in front of my room as well. She ran through the fire. I did not picture that happening, that she would do that. Expressing regret for his actions, Malcolm said he would sit on his jail cot and ask for a sign of forgiveness from his dead grandmother. Shabazz said, I just wanted her to know I was sorry, and I wanted to know she accepted my apology, that I didn't mean it, but I would get no response, and I really wanted that response. In the same interview, Shabazz also dismissed the childhood psychiatrist's diagnosis of him at his trial that he was a paranoid schizophrenic, saying that he had only made up a story about hearing voices in his childhood to get attention. Okay. So as his adulthood, following his release, Shabazz lived for a time with his aunt, Ilyasha Shabazz. He was arrested in 2002 for stealing $100. He pleaded guilty to attempted robbery and was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. Look, man, look at the clues. This is weird. I'm going to read that again. He was arrested in 2002. This is 20 years ago for stealing $100. He stole for stealing $100. He pleaded guilty to attempted robbery. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison for stealing $100. Shabazz was arrested again in 2006 for punching a hole in a store's glass window. In 2010, Shabazz made the Hajj to Mecca. In February 2013, Iranian state-controlled Press TV reported that Shabazz had been arrested by the FBI while en route to Iran. The story was widely reported, but 2 days later, Shabazz's family announced that the Press TV report was incorrect. They said Shabazz had been arrested, but his arrest had nothing to do with the FBI or Iran. So his death. Shabazz died in Mexico City on May 9th, 2013. At the age of 28, he was said to be on a tour to demand more rights for Mexican construction workers relocated to the USA. His body, which according to prosecutors had been badly beaten with a rod of some kind, was found in the street in the Plaza Garibaldi, a busy tourist spot. According to New York Magazine, a friend who was with Shabazz the night of his death said the beating was related to a dispute over a $1,200 bar tab for drinks and female companionship. On May 13th, David Hernandez Cruz and Manuel Alejandro Perez de Jesus, waiters at a nightclub called The Palace, were arrested in connection with Shabazz's death. In 2015, Perez de Jesus and Juan Derciso Guzman, the head waiter at the Palace, were each sentenced to terms of 27 years and 6 months for their roles in the murder. Okay, they got 27 years and 6 months each. Okay. As of June 2015, Hernandez was awaiting trial, and a fourth suspect was still being pursued by police. Approximately 200 people attended his funeral in California. One activist stated that Shabazz had plans to construct mosques and schools throughout America. Shabazz was survived by his mother, his 2 daughters, and 5 aunts. He was buried in Ferncliff Cemetery in Hartsdale, New York, near the graves of his grandparents, Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. Wow. Wow. That's sad. But there you go. I guess some people were held accountable for his crime, but it really was too much follow-up from so-called black media here in America. But it is interesting that the Amsterdam News broke the story, was a black weekly newspaper, versus the mainstream, especially if you consider that this was a grandson of a very prominent American icon or iconoclast. And then you look at the fact that he got all this weird jail time for stuff that, why would they give him like 3.5, almost 4 years for stealing $100 and all the other stuff? So you don't know what was really going on for him. But he do sound like he was a targeted individual, because I believe that I read somewhere with his mom, I think she was hearing voices and stuff like that. And I think James Brown talked about hearing voices. He got some dental work done and he started hearing all these voices telling him to do certain things. And I'm gonna tell you something. There's so much stuff that they do to us. We have no idea what they're doing. Like I said, this social media thing is the biggest MK Ultra thing out. This is their wet dream. What they were doing in the 50s cannot compare what they can do now. But you know that they had in the 50s, they had heart attack guns. Look up heart attack guns. They had guns, they had weapons you could use sound waves to kill people with. I mean, they could cause like a heart attack, and you think it was just natural causes, but they use sound waves to kill you with. They had people testify about this in congressional hearings. The heart attack gun. Look up heart attack gun. Look up Senator Church Committee hearings. Frank Church, the senator from Idaho, he really profiled and encouraged. He helped expose the abuses done by the federal government as it relates to COINTELPRO, FBI, all this stuff came out in the 70s. All this stuff is available online. Just research it. But, it sounds like to me that they were making sure that this man would not take on the legacy of his grandfather. He had that type of love. He really had no business being down there trying to save some Mexican construction workers or whatever. I don't know what that was about. But I remember I interviewed Fred Hampton Jr. about what happened to his friend Malcolm Shabazz. They could relate to each other because Fred Hampton Jr. was targeted by the government, like his father was. I mean, he was in jail for a minute. He got out right before, I think, September 11th. But I'm just saying, like, we had a good talk because it was a couple of characters. They were so-called friends. This is before Shanquella, right? This is why I want to talk about this. This is before Shanquella, when Malcolm thought he had friends he could trust. They set him up for the fall. It looks like he got set up by so-called people he thought he could trust in a foreign land. And this should have been you had a so-called black president in office, Barack Obama, who I believe he said he was a hero that Malcolm X was one of his heroes, right? Did he ever say that? I don't know. I think he wrote whatever book he wrote. He talked about the effects of Malcolm. I'm not sure. But I would think that, to have somebody like that who's the grandson of a very prominent American historical figure, that they would have did certain things to find out what happened to Brother Malcolm. Because I remember there was a couple stories that came out. I know I can still remember where I was at when I heard the news about Brother Malcolm Shabazz, his untimely passing. I was at a performance at the Orpheum Theater downtown. We just did the Jimmy Lunsford Legacy Awards at the Orpheum. I was on a date at a performance at the Orpheum, and I saw my phones. People let me know that Malcolm Shabazz got killed. But the story I was hearing that he was on a rooftop in Tijuana. He wasn't in Mexico City. He was in Tijuana, He got thrown off a rooftop. But I also heard, I heard about the Mexico City thing. He got beat over a bar tab. Then allegedly the place had cameras. The cameras wasn't working. They never work when you need them to work right, the cameras. So it was all types of rumors. And I was looking for confirmation from sources like, why hasn't the U.S. Embassy said anything down in Mexico? Why hasn't mainstream or mainstream news said anything about what happened to this brother? And yet the Amsterdam News is the one that break the story. I don't believe that. No disrespect to the Amsterdam News, do they have the reach of a NBC or CBS to be able to get this? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's weird. It was strange, and it's still strange because like we really still don't know all the details, and that shows the lack of respect for Black people, and it shows that we have a lack of commitment and respect for ourselves when it comes to getting answers like this. We don't hold nobody. It's like with Sandra Bland. It's like we just accept the fact that this woman was found hanging in her jail cell, and we just accept the fact that although a lot of us agreed that she was already dead in that mugshot photo, we just gonna accept the fact that she hung herself with a garbage bag, right? What is it? And then we don't even ask questions like what type of brand of garbage bag was used in her hanging. It's certain things that, but we don't have a media. Now we have people that get on here and talk about their opinions, ideas, but we don't have like a news organization with resources to really get to the bottom of these things. And I applaud new Black media. I applaud us, but it's only so much we can do as individuals with our, limited resources. But I applaud people for shedding light the way they can, for asking the questions, for heightening the contradictions. That's important. I know how it is, go down that rabbit hole. It's a scary place. But like, this is why they can get away with stuff almost with the Shanquella. What's her name? Shanquella. Let me say it now. I be butchering these names, man. But yeah, it is what it is. Y'all can figure out these names. Y'all can look this stuff up. It's like Roosevelt, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. Shanquila Robinson. Look at what happened to her. She thought she was going somewhere with people she could trust. Malcolm Shabazz thought he was going somewhere to help people he could trust, and he ended up dead. And we still don't got the answers that we need to have almost 10 years later. It's unfortunate. And I just think that it's like with down in Georgia. That's why Black lives don't matter. Y'all mad at Ye for the wrong reason, because everybody that was running for office in Georgia should have been made to be held accountable. Like, if you want our vote, you got to open up an independent investigation to what happened to Tamla Horsford down in Forsyth County back in 2018. We want an independent investigation into what happened to Kendrick Johnson. We still don't know what happened. He didn't fall into that damn mat. Man was murdered, man. And they took his organs. The add injury to insult. That should have been the manner of Warnock, of Walker, of Stacy Abrams. If you want our Black vote, prove to us that our Black lives do matter. That we do matter. We're not just here to do your bidding because you're supposed to be serving our interests. It's not the other way around. We don't have to kiss your ass. You got to kiss our assets if you want us to do anything for you. But you to show that you stand in solidarity with us, treat us right. Take us seriously. Say, I'm going to look into Kendrick Johnson. We're going to open this up and do it right. And let the truth fall where the truth going to fall. Truth does not play favorites. Truth does not have friends. It does not play favorites. So, I mean, it's just simple stuff. But it's really, sad all around. Some sad times that we're living in. And let me see. Yeah, his mom, God bless her, Kabila. Kabila Shabazz. I'm gonna say Kabila or Kabila, whatever. Trying to get through all this stuff. And about to close up. We'll talk about Shanquila Robinson, the latest developments. I know that's hot right now. Oh man, I'm going over 3 hours. I'm about to wrap it up. Thank y'all for being patient. I'm butchering people's names, but we'll get through that. That too shall pass. I'm just trying to do my job because I, stuff be on my mind. There's a lot to digest, and I'm just going to do my part. But we need more people, man. We need to be more vigilant and do our due diligence. There's just so much stuff that's happening. Life could be overwhelming, but you're not alone. I know I be going through what I be going through, man. Nobody knows the trouble I see. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows. Okay, let's talk about Shanquilla. And people got these interesting names. Jesus Christ. About Cindy. Anybody named Cindy anymore? Anyway, and she rests in peace and may justice for the sister. Talk about Shanquila Robinson. Sunrise January 9th, 1997. Sunset October 29th, 2022. So they got an update. They got her so-called one of her frenemies got arrested and waiting extradition to awaiting extradition to Mexico to await justice. I don't want to do no time in Mexico. I would rather take my chances in America than Mexico. America versus Mexico. Okay. But read the update and then we'll close it out. And thank y'all for y'all patience. And we love you madly. But arrest made in death of Shanquila Robinson, Janae Jackson awaits extradition. This came out the press yesterday. Law enforcement appears to be one step closer to seeking justice in the untimely death of 25-year-old Shanquila Robinson. Travel Noir previously reported on the public outcry to hold one of Robinson's friends accountable for the crime through extradition and prosecution in Mexico. Okay. Those pleas may have been answered as reports circulate that Janae Jackson has been arrested in connection with the crime. Prior to the arrest, the local prosecutor for the state of Baja California, Sir Daniel de la Rosa and Anaya, said, "We are doing everything that needs to be done, like putting out Interpol alerts and asking for the person to be sent to the U.S. It's about the two Americans, the victim and the person who did wrong." Interpol agents arrested Jackson on the night of November 28th in response to a control judge issuing an arrest warrant against her for the crime of femicide, as reported by the Metropoli MX, Metropoli Mexico. Robinson's life was taken on October 29th during what was supposed to be a friend's trip in Cabo. Since then, leaked videos circulating the internet showed the defenseless Robinson being attacked by Jackson less than 24 hours before she was pronounced dead. Shanquila Robinson's mother, Salamandra Robinson, was interviewed by ABC News last Wednesday. In the interview, she shares, "I would like for each of them to be sent back to Mexico," Robinson told ABC News. "Their plan was to come back here thinking they wouldn't be prosecuted. She was kind, and I want them to remember that for the rest of their lives. We're going to carry on her work." Robinson's family may finally find some relief in knowing action is being taken by both the U.S. and Mexico. The latest, Jackson was placed in federal custody where she awaits the beginning of her extradition process to Mexico. Okay, So first was that Dejanay Jackson was a trans. I guess she's a woman. I don't know. It's kind of all this sorcery and trickery going on. But regardless, let the truth come out. Like Baba D. Gregory would say, pray for the truth to come out at noon. That's all we can really do. And I believe the family wants to do a second autopsy on her, on Shanquila Robinson. And yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel sorry, especially since she was the only child of her father. I know that was his only child. And it's just sad to see that, man, because they are like black men don't love their daughters and love women. His brothers out here to love their mama and love their daughters and sisters and aunts and grandmas and stuff like that and aunties. And, you know, I wouldn't want to wish it on anybody. I know my aunt, one of her former boyfriends, very enterprising entrepreneur, he lost his daughter, his only child, his daughter in college. She went to sleep and she never woke up. And that's what they say. But she was out of town. She wasn't even in town. She was going to school in Alabama. So he was devastated. And I don't know how you tell a man who he had such a close relationship with his daughter, he really spoiled her. He'll move heaven and earth for this girl. And that was his only child. And I don't know how they feel. I would never want to know how they feel. He accepted what they said, that she died in her sleep. They don't know what it was. You don't know what really happened to her. That's the thing. You will never know. Like even with Shanquilla, you'll never know the hell that she went through. I know they said there's another video of one of the other frenemies, karate chopping her neck or something. I don't know this. You know, she got her head basically disconnected from her body. That's how she died. A broken neck. But her head was almost just disconnected from her body, according to what people say was listed in the autopsy. Then people talk about how the so-called law enforcement took $17,000 off of a person. But they took $17,000 off of her. So you don't know how often this stuff happened in those type of places. I just think, man, that people talk about agents and stuff like that. Sometimes you gotta be okay with being by yourself. Sometimes it comes a time where you gotta be a friend to yourself, that your best friend should be me and myself and I. That should be the best company to keep sometimes. Because I have met people, they are afraid to be alone. I mean, I ain't gonna forget when I was in college some 20 years ago. Beautiful, beautiful classmate, gorgeous. We walked across campus together. I just came back from coming from I went to Washington University in St. Louis, so University City. I walked to the Loop, the place where a lot of restaurants and shops and stuff like that. So I was returning from the Loop. I think I went to the music store. Y'all know what I'm talking about, that music store. They've been there forever. Very iconic in St. Louis. On the Del Mar Loop. Man, it's late. But anyway, we was just having a conversation. She said, you know what? She told me, you know what? One thing I fear. She asked me, do you know the one thing I fear? I said, no, what is the one thing that you fear? She said, being by myself for an extended period of time. I do not like being alone. I got to have company at all times. And sometimes you got to be able to be alone, because how are you going to know who you are if you don't spend any quality time with yourself? If you don't spend any time reflecting on yourself, on your position in the world, on what you have come through, what you are going through, on your way to where you need to be going. And I think that this be a cautionary tale for not only young people, but for all people of all ages, that it's not worth being in an environment that you are only tolerated and not celebrated, that you are only tolerated or treated indifferent in such a way that it undermines your own self-esteem. you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to walk away. So I just hope her death wasn't in vain. But I also hope that people check in on their people, because the holidays are hard for a lot of people right now. And I know the holidays going forward are going to be extremely hard on her folks. But it's a lot, like, yesterday was hard for me, or like on November 29th, because that's the birthday of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. And, but also there was the birthdays of two men that really respected me, and they try to encourage me to be the better version of myself. One is my friend, the late great Honorable Judge DeArmie Bailey. I talked about him a couple of times on the show. And also is another guy, is Italian American named Giuseppe Peroni, the Paisan. He was an interesting dude. He really encouraged me to pursue my love for jazz. Like, he got me into Sun Ra. We used to be like a Spike Lee movie, like Do the Right Thing, like how the Sal was treating a Spike Lee character in the pizza shop. Like, we used to bump heads, but it was kind of like a love there. But what really got us on the right page, on the same page, is that he played a documentary about Sun Ra in the classroom. It was only two black people in the class, me and his other brother named Ian. We both were part of the John B. Urban Scholars Program. Now, Ian was sleeping, but I was paying attention to this dude named Sun Ra. He caught my imagination. I never seen a person like that doing the things he was doing, saying the things he was saying, moving the way he was moving. Now, Ian, he looked up. Oh, whatever. We're about to sleep. He said, "What is that?" Oh, whatever. And I said, "Yeah, what is that?" And ever since that time, I've been hooked on promoting jazz. Now, that's 20-something years later. And Giuseppe was very encouraging. He would actually make me tapes from his extensive jazz music collection. He would dub me tapes. So, he got me hooked on Dinah Washington and Clifford Brown and Max Roach. And a lot of great stuff. And even after I graduated, I had a one-man art show called The Most Known Unknown at his art gallery he had in St. Louis. Very beautiful space. And I remember when I came back from Obama's second inauguration that I was able to check in on him back in January of 2013. And something told me I need to call him and tell him how much his friendship and encouragement meant to me. And I did that because someone told me he wasn't going to be around for a long time. He's not going to be long for this world because he was dealing with, I believe, cancer at the time. And we had a good conversation, and he was trying to encourage me, run, step out there, do your thing, man. Basically let me know that the world is bigger than Memphis and you deserve to be heard and seen and all that stuff. So I said I love him. He said he loved me. We said our goodbyes, and he ended up dying later on, several months later, from his cancer. But I'm just glad that I had a chance to give him his flowers. And so it was hard for me, man. People think that I be trying to be funny. I don't be funny because I'm only one person. I know how it is to be human. And I'll be late returning replies, and I'm very grateful for people that support what we doing at We All Be. And I want to think I'm them. I just be going to my little funk, and then the holidays, it adds to that because I have lost a lot of people. This for the last 2 years, it's people that I lost. It's people that been dead. I didn't know was dead until like recently. Like, wow, this is why I haven't heard from this person. But if I want to encourage you all, with that said, that if somebody cross your mind, please reach out to that person. If somebody come across your mind and say, man, I've been thinking about so-and-so, do it your best to reach out to that person and get in touch because that's the universe trying to tell you something. And I get older now, I see the value because I had many times where I had people cross my mind and I said I have the time. I'll wait. And then next thing I know, they gone. So do yourself that favor. Don't torture yourself over that. But Yeah, but like be a friend to yourself. And that should be a lesson. And don't let Shanquila's death be in vain. I don't think it was in vain. I think it was a wake up call for a lot of us. But it's interesting how certain cases get the shine and other cases don't get the shine. But we'll talk about that another day. So I think I honor my commitments. I talked about Shanquila Robinson. I talked about Malcolm Shabazz. Did a lot more talking about other things I wasn't expecting. But man, I should put that in the title, but I didn't have enough room. So thank y'all for participating in the chats. Appreciate it. We love you madly. Thank you all for donating and who will continue to donate. Thank you, Sister Yvette. We love you madly. You are most definitely welcome. And Brother Sean Fenty, thank you. I appreciate the wisdom. I'm glad y'all see some value in what I do. Sometimes I'll be like, I feel like I run the fool's errand. Thank you, Gregory Gary. Appreciate you so much. Keep the faith, making a difference. Yeah, keep the faith, baby. You know what Colin Powell, Adam Clayton Powell would say, keep the faith, baby. Keep the faith. And hold on, be strong. Hold on, be strong, everybody. Thank y'all for tolerating me this long. It's about to be almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. Chat room is really lit up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope I was of service. Hope I was of service. Yeah, there's a thing that's called Operation Mockingbird. That's true. A lot of your intelligence controls our media and our corporate. Like you got even Hollywood, Department of Defense dump a lot of money to Hollywood. You got a phenomenon known as predictive programming. That's why you look at shows like the X-Files or even The Walking Dead. They're telling you about what's going to happen in the future or what's happening now. A lot of people that create these shows and stuff like that or work on these news organizations, they got intelligence background. I ain't gonna never forget that several years ago, there was a media personality that worked for CNN, not CNN. I think y'all can hear me. I think I come in. He got killed in a weird car accident, like some Born Identity, espionage, James Bond stuff. He was killed in some weird car accident. He was working on a story. I don't know if it ever came out the story he was working on. So you got people like even the Washington Post, the guy who was Ben Bradley, who was the editor at the Washington Post for when that Watergate stuff broke. He was naval intelligence. Then I think the lady on the Washington Post, the Catherine Graham, her husband got killed in a weird way. He got killed in his bathtub. I think it was that Catherine Graham that owned the Washington Post. But I'm getting all in the target out the way. Then it was a woman that wanted to buy the Washington Post. She actually was a supporter of the Civil Rights Movement. And they institutionalized her, I believe, in St. Elizabeth's Insane Asylum. No, St. Elizabeth. Okay, Catherine Graham. Trying to look her up. Because he had a husband. Let's see. Yeah, Philip Graham. He died the same year as Kennedy. He was the husband of Catherine Graham, who ran and owned the Washington Post. Let's see. Child had mental health issues. He said Graham killed himself with a shotgun while his wife was in another part of the retreat. His body was found in the bathroom by 1 p.m. This is August 3rd, 1963. After Graham had made repeated requests of his doctors to be allowed a short stay away from the hospital, and quite noticeably much better, according to his wife, he was permitted to go to their farmhouse in Virginia, Glen Welby, for the weekend. Graham killed himself with a shotgun while his wife was in another part of the retreat. Yeah, likely story, but like I said, they military intelligence, CIA, all this stuff, Operation Mockingbird. This stuff is really, really deep. Then there was a woman. Wait a minute. There was a woman that wanted to buy the Washington Post and use it as a way to promote the civil rights movement. And they put it, I think, so I be typing in things. Let's see what's curious. I'll be just typing up things. Y'all should do this too. You get a lot of good information just typing up things. Trying to watch. Okay. Trying to look at that name. Woman. It was a woman. I remember reading about a woman back in the day that wanted to buy the Washington Post. And she looked getting institutionalized. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to find. I can't find it right now. I think she was put in a St. Elizabeth hospital. So what was that? Ezra Pound, was he put in St. Elizabeth Hospital? Let's see, Ezra Pound. I'm sorry for I'm just going through it. Oh man, it's just so much information, man. My mind be going. Yeah, Ezra Pound was put in St. Elizabeth Hospital in the DC area. I believe it closed down now, but Ezra Pound was one of the most important literary figures of all time, especially of the 20th century. He helped discover and edit some of the most important writers of the 20th century, like the Hemingways, like the James Joyce, like the T.S. Eliot. But then he was over in, I think, Italy during World War II. And he was very bothered about what happened during World War I. World War I, a lot of people died, but what was interesting, a lot of creative people got killed serving in World War I. And Ezra Pound was curious about why that happened the way it happened. And I think he was accused of being a traitor to America because of what he was broadcasting over in Italy. And they locked him up. And I think they put him in St. Elizabeth for about a decade or so. Not mistaken, you can look it up. But he actually commissioned a guy from Virginia named Eustace Mullins. Is that Eustace Mullins? He passed away within the last 10, 15 years. He wrote a book called The Secrets of the Federal Reserve. And he was commissioned by Ezra Pound to find out what was going on, who was behind this, I guess what we know as Illuminati, New World Order stuff. So you can still probably find that book up somewhere online in the internet archives or somewhere. But it's called The Secrets of the Federal Reserve. And Eustace Mullins was commissioned by Ezra Pound to write that book about that. But like that, it's deep, man. It's rabbit hole. There was a guy named Louis Lomax. Look up Louis Lomax. He was a brilliant journalist, a black man from Georgia. I believe he was from Georgia. I believe he was a minister at one point. Very well educated, bro. I think he went to Yale at one point. But he was a journalist. He worked with Mike Wallace to produce the documentary That Hate Produced, which introduced the world to the Nation of Islam and Malcolm X. They made their mainstream debut in the documentary That Hate Produced. And Louis Lomax worked on that. And Louis Lomax was a pioneering journalist. I think he had his own TV show at one point. And what happened to him was that he was looking into the investigating. He was writing a book about the assassinations of Dr. King and Malcolm X. He was working on a book about the assassination of Dr. King and Malcolm X. He got a lot of research done, but you know what happened to him? He died in a one-car accident out in the Southwest. I believe his brakes stopped working. So I don't know what happened, but he died in a one-car accident out in the Southwest. I think it was New Mexico or Arizona. Let me look that up. I'm getting out of here because I'm just running. But I look up Louis Lomax. So how long did Louis Lomax? Yeah. So yeah. So I think Ezra Pound was in St. Elizabeth's Hospital from 1945 to 1958. So I guess 12 years. But at Louis Lomax. I'm trying to find a woman that was trying to buy the Washington Post that they institutionalized back in the day. And she's trying to use it to help empower the civil rights movement. But yeah, so yeah, Louis Lomax was born on August 16th, 1922 in Valdosta, Georgia. And he died July 30th, 1970 in Santa Rosa, New Mexico. And I think it was a one-car accident and his brakes went out or something like that. Let's see. Okay, on July 30th, 1970, Lomax was returning to New York after completing a lecture tour on the West Coast when he died in a car accident along Interstate 40, 26 miles east of Santa Rosa, New Mexico. Witnesses reported that he was traveling at high speed on the double-lane highway and lost control of his rented Ford station wagon while attempting to pass another motorist. An investigation by New Mexico State Police determined that Lomax was not wearing his seatbelt and was ejected from his car after it overturned 3 times. Pronounced dead at the scene, he died due to head and internal injuries. His body was identified by his Hofstra class ring. Dang, he got, he got messed up beyond recognition. They can only identify him by his class ring. He's like he got the Emmett Till treatment, because the only way they identified that was Emmett Till was because he had his daddy's ring on, LT Louis Till. Carl Evans, a staff writer for the Washington Post, wrote in his 1992 book, The Judas Factor, The Plot to Kill Malcolm X, that Lomax was working on a documentary concerning the role played by the FBI in the death of Malcolm X, and that Lomax's own death may have been connected to that project. It sounds like that would happen. Because what was the guy named Michael Hastings? Is that a guy named Michael Hastings? Michael Hastings, right? So yeah, the journalist that was, he worked for Rolling Stone and BuzzFeed. He got that McChrystal, that powerful general, fired out of Afghanistan. He wrote that expose on that general, and and he had that high speed thing in L.A. He lost his car, was going at high speed and bursting the flames. And I know Dick Gregory said he got killed by a drone. He said he got hit up by a drone. And they got ways to kill people, and nobody asked questions. That almost been 10 years ago, because he got killed June 18, 2013. He was just 33 years old. But Michael Hastings, y'all remember Michael Hastings, war correspondent? He received a George Polk Award for the Runaway General, a Rolling Stone profile of General Stanley McChrystal, commander of NATO's International Security Assistance Force in the Afghanistan War. The article documented the widespread contempt for civilian government officials exhibited by the general and his staff, and ultimately resulted in McChrystal's resignation. Hastings followed up with the operators in 2012, a detailed account of his month-long stay with McChrystal in Europe and Afghanistan. Hastings became a vocal critic of the Obama administration, Democratic Party, and surveillance state during the 2013 Department of Justice investigation of reporters, referring to restrictions of freedom of the press as a war on journalism. His last story, Why Democrats Love to Spy on Americans, was published by BuzzFeed on June 7, 2013. Hastings died in an automobile accident or crash on June 18, 2013 in Los Angeles, California. The Blue Rider Press published his only novel, The Last Magazine, 2014, a year after his death. It's like a hit to me, but like Denzel said, as Alonzo Harris in Training Day, it ain't what you know, it's what you can prove. It's hard to prove murder. It's like they had a professional hit. Think about who he targeted. A very powerful military general. And how he criticized the empowered Democrats from the Obama administration. Man, can you imagine somebody like that around today? And Dick said it was a drone they used to get him out here. I believe it. Read a little bit, and I'm getting out of here. Try like he was on drugs and all this. You know how they do. They try to make it like you crazy. Read a little bit. This stuff is fascinating. Yeah, y'all forgot about Michael Hastings, huh? Okay, on June 18, 2013, Hastings died in a single vehicle automobile crash in his Mercedes-Benz C250 coupe at approximately 4:25 a.m. in the Hancock Park neighborhood of Los Angeles. A witness, think about Ann Hesh. Ann Hesh, wasn't that Hesh? All this weird stuff. Then the lady, that black woman, they killed all them people. Was he had a Mercedes or something? That happened this year too. A witness to the crash said the car seemed to be traveling at maximum speed. It was creating sparks and flames before it fishtailed and crashed into a palm tree. Video from a nearby security camera reportedly showed Hastings' vehicle speeding and bursting into flames. Witnesses described the car's engine being ejected 50 to 60 yards from the scene. Hastings' body was burnt beyond recognition. The coroner identified the body by matching fingerprints with those the FBI had on file. Louis Lomax, Michael Hastings, causing too much trouble. 1970, 2013, still the same old games. I'm making this point because somebody brought up the media. This is why you look at what happened to Gary Webb. He committed suicide by shooting himself twice in the head, right? So, I mean, do we really appreciate our so-called freedom? Do we really appreciate the sacrifices that folks have made to try to help people understand and understand that we are at the point of no return? Because I don't hear people talk about Michael Hastings no more. They hated him while he was alive. Then people, his so-called colleague, crying crocodile tears about losing Michael. He was so troubled. You only trouble when you create trouble. The only real trouble you become is when you create good trouble. This is real good trouble, but you can't handle the truth. Oh my God. 2 days and the FBI is always at the crime scene. I talked about the Watergate crash, right? That happened December 8th, 1972. We had that airplane crash in Chicago. We had E. Howard Hunt, the Watergate dude, the CIA spook, who was a part of the Kennedy assassination and the Watergate break-in. He organized the plumbers. His wife, Dorothy Hunt, was on the plane with about, they say, $2 million worth of money from the Nixon White House. It was kind of like hush money to get paid to the people that was involved in the Watergate break-in. She was on a plane with a reporter, Michelle Clark, one of the first black female TV news correspondents whose family was almost lynched in Cicero, Illinois back in the 50s. Her family trying to move into Cicero, Illinois. That was a sundown town for decades. Black folks better not be out there in Cicero, Illinois. There was a mob. The Al Capone gang used to be headquartered in Cicero, Illinois. But her family was chased out of Cicero. They had to leave all their belongings behind. He had several thousand white people trying to kill one black family who wasn't causing any trouble. Adlai Stevenson, I think, was the governor at the time. He was a Democratic nominee for president twice in the 50s. But he called in the National Guard just to protect this one black family from thousands of crazy white people. And y'all want to be integrated. Y'all want to be around them at all costs. But this is what happens. But Michelle Clark, she was a news correspondent. She was actually working on the story, from my understanding, about Watergate. And Dorothy Hunt was going to be her source, I think. Next thing you know, the plane goes down, I believe, in a residential neighborhood in Chicago. I think 2 people got killed on the ground. Then she got killed along with Dorothy Hunt. And then there was a black congressman from Chicago who was killed on that flight. And y'all can look this up, the Watergate crash. Look up the Watergate plane crash. And do you know who the first people was on the scene of that plane crash? It wasn't the fire department. It wasn't the police. It was the FBI. And that suitcase with all that money and traveler checks, whatever it was, that $2 million that Dorothy Hunt had on her person, it disappeared. It magically disappeared. Nobody know what happened to the money. Michelle Clark is interesting. She was a beautiful black woman. They got a high school named after Michelle Clark in Chicago. And her boyfriend was CIA. Yeah, by the way, her boyfriend was CIA. See, these journalists are very well connected with military intelligence and all that stuff. Because Michael Hastings, for him to get the access to that general, well connected, and he told secrets he shouldn't have told. Like what Kanye doing. He naming the names and exposing stuff. And then I like, well, he got a drug problem. This and that, he was on alcoholic a while. I think his first wife or his wife got killed. She was a war correspondent. She got killed, I believe, either in Afghanistan or Iraq. But this guy's an American hero to me. But yeah, they try to make him like he's a Looney Tunes because he tried to tell the truth about this insane world where everything that's right is upside down and everything is wrong. Everything that's wrong is okay. So this is the world we live in. And the only way that identified his body because the FBI had his fingerprints on file. Only way they could identify Louis Lomax's body is through his Hofstra University class ring. What type of accident was that? Was he even alive when his car was going down that highway in Santa Rosa, New Mexico? I know I'm going back and forth, but look at Dorothy Kilgallen. She interviewed Jack Ruby. The next thing you know, she dead in her street clothes and a wig, whatever. She don't even wear her wig to bed, but Dorothy Kilgallen, the lady who do too much, she dead. These are amazing investigative journalists. They all meet some weird, untimely demises, and it's all their fault. Oh, it's their error. Dorothy Kilgallen, she had too much to drink and too many pills, whatever. They killed Dorothy Kilgallen. They killed Louis Lomax, and they killed Michael Hastings, allegedly. But like Denzel said in Training Day, it's hard to prove. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove. And the game is rigged. They murdered Michael Hastings, man. Ain't no doubt. And Dick said it was a draw. Now, you know what? Let me find this Dick Gregory thing. Y'all been so good to me. Lord know y'all been so good. Find what Dick said. It's important. This is for history. I know they doing a lot of censoring. We'll play what Dick said. No, wrong thing. Play what Baba Dick said. Cause y'all are such good people. Wonderful, lovely. You've been too kind. But support the word from Brother Hurt. Now I'm in my zone. I didn't get out of here though. But okay, we're gonna play this Dick Gregory, what he said in his own words about what happened to Michael Hastings.
Okay, now watch this. What was the guy who did the article on General McChrystal?
Oh, Michael Hastings. Yeah, tell us about Michael Hastings.
Now, you know, about 3 weeks ago they killed him.
Yes, sir. I think it was like in June, yeah. In June, here in California, LA. Yes, sir.
So, you know how they killed him?
They blew up his car, his Mercedes.
With what?
I don't know. I know
a drone.
Oh, he used a drone. So you said he actually used a drone on Michael Hastings.
Yeah. And then the president said, trust America. He mean that because he don't know what they're doing.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man. You make Obama sound like Calvin Coolidge.
Well, most of the presidents is like that.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And Dick would know about this stuff because he got access to things. He's been doing this for a long time. You got to remember that the Air Force A forensic team went to Dick Gregory to give him the real autopsy photos of what happened to Ron Brown. And this all happened right before the Lewinsky scandal. So, man, like the president was going to be in trouble one way or the other with the Ron Brown thing. That Ron Brown thing is so deep that you had, like, I believe one of the stewardess on the plane, she survived the initial, whatever that was, attack. And she got airlifted to the hospital. By the time she got to the hospital, her neck was broke and she was dead. So they even killed the air traffic controller that was a part of that witnessed what happened with Ron Brown. And this stuff, man, y'all gotta stop being like, does it really matter who wins an Oscar or a Grammy, or you see the American Music Awards and Chris Brown did perform for Michael Jackson? Are those things really important in the bigger scheme of things? Are they? I don't know. I do know. And but this is crazy, man. And I'm gonna read something right quick. 2 days after the crash, the Los Angeles Police Department declared that there were no signs of foul play. No, the Los Angeles Police Department compromised the Robert Kennedy assassination scene because Robert Kennedy was hit from behind on the right side, behind the ear. And the only person that was standing like that was his security. They had access to Robert Kennedy. And Sirhan was always in the front of Robert Kennedy. So the kill shot came from behind. And the LAPD compromised that crime scene. They compromised the crime scene for Marilyn Monroe. The LAPD is LA Confidential. We still don't really know what happened to Nipsey Hussle. Come on now. And even Biggie. Oh, my God. The coroner's report ruled the death to be an accident. The autopsy showed that the cause of death was massive blunt force trauma consistent with a high-speed crash. In an interview with writer Ray Sawhill, Hastings' older brother, Jonathan Hastings, recounts how he had flown to L.A. to help his brother shortly before the accident because he had gotten the impression that he was having a manic episode, similar to one he had 15 years ago, at which time drugs had been involved. After failing to convince his brother to check voluntarily into a drug rehab program or fly back to Vermont to stay with family, he started making plans with his other brother to attempt to force Mike into checking himself into a hospital or detox center. However, before they could be arranged, he snuck out the apartment on me when I was sleeping and had crashed shortly afterward. When asked directly whether his brother might have died from some sort of foul play, Jonathan responded, "I really ruled out foul play entirely. I might have been suspicious if I hadn't been with him the day before he died. After all, he definitely was investigating and writing about a lot of sensitive subjects, but based on being with him and talking to people who were worried about him in the weeks leading up to his death and being around him when he had similar problems when he was younger, I was pretty much convinced that he wasn't in danger from any outside agency." Now, his brother sounds like an agent to me. I wouldn't have said all that crap because everybody got their issues. You could have said about Malcolm out there firebomb his home if he was acting kind of strange. We only had one week to live on Earth. You'll be acting strange too, like you going to do speeches and stuff, and your clothes smell like smoke and stuff like that, and you got no place to stay. You don't know how your family's gonna get by because you ain't making no money. You got holes in your shoes, so you'll be a little bit despondent. Or I'm not saying about Malcolm that we use that, but like his brother, like he had an axe to grind about his brother. I would have said it's kind of like how LeBron did Kyrie. How you gonna say all this stuff and just throw your boy on the bus like that? His brother did his brother disservice. I don't know him like that, but he did him disservice by being a chatty patty. Why the hell you gonna say all this? See, you give them an out that they could do this to people by slandering and crapping on their name. And his brother came to defend himself. To me, if he had drugs in the system, would the autopsy show that he had drugs in the system? Why did the brother need to talk about crap? Maybe because his brother is in on it. I seen Godfather 2. Controversy over alleged foul play. Soon after Hastings' death, questions were raised about the crash that took his life. Former U.S. National Coordinator for Security, Infrastructure Protection, and Counterterrorism, Richard A. Clark, said that what is known about the crash is consistent with a car cyber attack. He was quoted as saying, "There is reason to believe that intelligence agencies for major powers, including the United States, know how to remotely seize control of a car. What makes you think they can't do that? They could track your car. The repo man could find your car by tracking it. You know, the car is a computer. They hijack airplanes. Why they couldn't hijack his car? Oh my God. So if there was a cyber attack on Hastings' car, and I'm not saying there was, I think whoever did it would probably get away with it. So it ain't what you know, is what you can prove. This stuff is possible, but how can you prove it? Like the heart attack gun. If I'm using sound waves to kill you, you can't prove that your heart attack or what was caused by the gun or by you eating too many hamburgers, eating too much red meat. I don't know. Oh my God. The day before the crash, Hastings indicated that he believed he was being investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So he believed he was being investigated, by the FBI. So the same FBI that identified his body through the fingerprints they had on file for him, he was paranoid of, feeling like they was investigating him. And I tell you, the FBI ain't a friend to the American people, ain't it? This has been proven time with Fred Hampton, with Dr. King, with Marcus Garvey, with Jack Johnson. Ain't a friend of the black man. Ain't a friend of mine. So, okay, let's look into this. See, these magic glasses are a very strong prescription. In an email to colleagues, which was copied to and released by Hastings' friend, Army Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs, Hastings said that he was on to a big story, that he needed to go off the radar, and that the FBI might interview him. WikiLeaks announced that Hastings had also contacted Jennifer Robinson, one of his lawyers, a few hours prior to the crash. And the LA Weekly reported that he was preparing new reports on the CIA at the time of his death. The FBI released a statement denying that Hastings was ever under investigation by the agency. According to alternative newspaper LA Weekly, his neighbor, Jordana Thigpen, said that Hastings came to her apartment after midnight and urgently asked to borrow her Volvo, saying he was afraid to drive his own car. However, Thigpen declined. That should let you know something. He came to her, please, can I drive your Volvo? No. Afraid to drive his own car. What happened hours later? Burned to a crisp. Y'all keep on thinking. Y'all keep on thinking they don't do this type of. They don't care. What's they are watching us. That's why I say what I said about agents. Y'all keep on talking about who you're an agent. Why don't you live your life in a way where no matter what they find out about you, you won't be embarrassed by it. You embrace it. And you say it is what it is. If you're an honest person, be honest with yourself. Live a life that you won't have any type of fear of people exposing you for living a lie. Live honest and you have no problems. They can't do nothing without your consent. But if you live in a lie, if you live in a, like deceptive, that's why. But if you just be yourself and stop apologizing. Like y'all be saying, well, I hope I don't offend somebody. If I offend you, so what? That's my opinion. That's my thought. I'm not going to apologize for being me anymore. But it is quite obvious that this dude was killed. And but you can't prove it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Life goes on, right? It's obvious that this dude was killed. He knew he was and it's sad that his brother did that. It's like his brother don't like his own brother. You know, siblings be like that though. Y'all keep on thinking siblings, everybody get along. Now siblings be like that. Oh my God. Motor Trend Technical Director Frank Marcus said that the ensuing fire was consistent with a high-speed car crash. There are conflicting opinions into Hastings' death. After his death, some media outlets recalled that Hastings said he had received death threats from the military after the McChrystal article. I could believe that. Sink Uger, whatever the guy name, a friend of Hastings and a host of the Young Turks, told KTLA that many of Michael's friends were concerned that he was in a very agitated state, saying he was incredibly tense and worried that his material was being surveilled. by the government. Friends believe that Michael's line of work led to a paranoid state. USA Today reported that in the days before his death, Hastings believed his car was being tampered with and that he was scared and wanted to leave town. The possibility of a conspiracy or some sort of government involvement in Hastings' death has been discounted by members of his own family who were with him around the time of his death. Hastings' widow, Elise Jordan, has said she believes his death to be just a really tragic accident. Other members of his family have stated that they were concerned at the time that he was a danger to himself from his erratic behavior. His older brother, Jonathan, had just flown to L.A., attempting to organize some sort of family intervention for what he believed was a drug-induced manic episode. A concern apparently echoed by others close to him at the time. They'll use your own people against you. Malcolm X's own people, some of his brothers turned against him. They chose Elijah and the Nation of Islam over him. Betrayal can only happen to people. The only people that can betray you are the people that you love. Those are the only people that can betray you. The folks that you love, and you thought they love you. Those are the only people that can betray you. So his own family is being dismissive. They're not even thinking about the fact maybe he might be having these episodes because what he's talking about is real, that they actually are targeting this man. Because then, if you can't appreciate, he's that's just Michael being Michael, and he just took down one of the most powerful military generals in the world, and he just he made some very powerful enemies, folks. You don't just gonna die in your sleep making them type of enemies. What's wrong with people, man? Like, people think I'm strange, like run, paranoid. I mean, yeah, look what I'm dealing with, man. I've been in places I thought about. God really do take care of fools and babies, because I've been running some fool errands. Ain't no way in hell. Only by the grace of the righteous ancestors of universal God. I had been on some interesting runs. I was like, why did I do that? I have done some things that I'm blessed enough I can still be alive to tell the tales. And that's another story for another day. It's 4 hours, and I think I'm not going to do. This is like a couple of shows in one. But God bless Michael Hastings, made the truth come out about what happened to him. But I'm with Baba. I mean, it's like he got hit. Yeah, he was in fear of his life. I mean, he gonna be all people kind of weird, because these are the same folks that probably say, well, how about them Cowboys? And they be like, yeah, man, Team USA. They like that. That's bull bread and circuses. This man took chances telling the truth, and when you're a truth teller, you're gonna be targeted. I remember when Dave Chappelle was made to look crazy when he left Comedy Central, and he left that $50 million on the table. People thought he was a fool, and they were saying all type of stories. He's on drugs, he's cracked out. Remember those stories they talk about Dave Chappelle being all cracked out on drugs? Now he was in his right mind, and thank God he walked away, because he about to lose his soul. Forget a TV show, he about to lose his soul. So y'all gotta, y'all keep, like I said, with Kanye, y'all keep on talking about he crazy. I said, all money ain't good money, and all money is blood money. All money is blood money, and all money ain't good money. You remember that. But y'all keep on thinking that everything's sweet. Y'all, it's like the people talking about, we don't know who killed Malcolm X. The FBI need to investigate and find out who killed Malcolm X. It's like you asking the fox to investigate who stole the eggs out the hen house. That's what it is. Kid, y'all strange. It's like with Kendrick Johnson. They know who did Kendrick Johnson like that. They know who did it. The feds is watching and listening. But I'm saying, let's stop. Then we worry about, well, Irritated Jenny, is he an agent? Who done more damage to you, Irritated Jenny or J. Edgar Hoover? Y'all, God bless us all. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get off. I can't believe I've been on here for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Why? Trying to engage you all. I have something. I believe in something, because I don't know, man. This stuff is weird, because they'll say crazy stuff about me. I know I'm a weirdo, and people, well, Ron, he was kind of weird, man. The man used to go to cemeteries and play his trumpet and eat his burgers and chicken sandwiches, but it was in the daytime, in the middle of the day. No, that's still strange. Why you like to hang out in the cemetery, bro, Ron? I ain't doing it to nobody. And Brother Ron's a weirdo. Yeah, he like to wear hats inside the house. I don't know. I just pray to God that people don't do me like. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, because white people don't be laughing at you. They ain't laughing with you. I don't have no real white friends like that. I have associates. I could deal with white people, but I don't. They don't like. Oh, Brother Ron, man, we love you, man. Come and eat. Come to my house and party with us. And I would say this: I was the best man at my white friend's wedding. I actually got him together with this nice Jewish girl. I got them together. He said, "I want you to be the best man." So I was the best man at his wedding. This back in 2006, and it was in St. Louis. They got me a plane ticket. They got me a suit I got from Men's Warehouse. They got me a tux. Got it tailored. They flew me to St. Louis. Stayed at they got a Chase Park, a very luxurious hotel in the Central West End part. Excuse me, Central West End part of St. Louis, off of Kings Highway. Nearly talk about Kings Highway. Kings Highway. Okay, so I was the best man at his wedding. Married this Jewish girl. Folks had a lot of money. I don't hate Jewish people. I know people want to say that. I don't hate them. I was his best man. I was cracking a joke. I don't think I was the only black person in his wedding party. And I was saying, like, at the brunch before the wedding, we was toasting. I said, back in the day, in the state of Missouri, if a black man was going to be the best man at a white man's wedding, they would have called him Dred Scott. Everybody got quiet. He would have been known as Dred Scott. I said, and I was just cracking more joke. I said, because one of the elders at the wedding, and she said something to me. I said, don't shake your family tree too hard. Something might fall out and you may not like. But anyway, that was interesting. You live life, you experience things. Yeah, St. Louis, like those northern cities, the further north you go, the more segregated things are. You would think that they'll be like the South, but the South wasn't as segregated as the North is now. The North is very segregated. St. Louis is very polarized racially, like a lot of places. But I'm gonna get out this. I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank y'all so much for y'all patience and for y'all support. And I hope I have been of service, some entertainment, some insight, some information. And please forgive me if I slaughter these people's names, because it is what it is, man. Because sometimes you can look at a name, it don't even sound like how it's supposed to sound like. You know what I'm talking about? People spell their name a certain way. You look at it, and some people say, well, hey, Deborah. No, it's Deborah. Oh, Deborah. Hey, Roosevelt. No, it's Roosevelt. Hey, Roosevelt. No, it's Roosevelt. You see what I'm saying? It is what it is, but I'm just letting y'all know it's information out there. Either help you foster your argument or to counter somebody else's claims. The choice is yours. But thank you. If you like the words from Brother Herb, please spread the word. We all BTV, YouTube. You can donate. Cash App R2C2H2. That's $ R2C2H2. You can Google Pay, PayPal, and Zelle your support at R2C2H2 @gmail.com. That's R2C2H2 @gmail.com. You can Vimo your support at R2C2H2. Vimo at R2C2H2. Apple Cash 901-299-4355. That's 901-299-4355. You can buy Art of His Art, R2C2H2.com. He even wear Art of His Art as t-shirt gear and hoodie gear. There should be a shelf below the video description to our official Teespring page. And if it's not, I'm going to do this. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Make a little noise. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Put it in the chat. Make a little noise. Get down tonight. I mean, oh wait a minute, I'm gonna do it like this. This is too much. This is too much. But yeah, I'm gonna shut up now because I know I'm loud. I'm extra loud. All I do is loud. Be extra loud. All I do is loud. All I do is loud. We don't talk no more. All he do is this. All he do is this. All he do is this. We don't talk no more. All he do is this. That page. Life is good. But don't forget the sacrifices of real journalists like Michael Hastings and Louis Lomax. And also the Watergate thing. A good person to look up is a guy from Chicago. He passed on, named Sherman Skolnick. Sherman Skolnick did a lot of he was a great investigative journalist and investigator. I think a private investigator, but also investigative journalist. He did a lot of like unique research into the Watergate crash in Chicago. He also covered the JFK Jr. Assassination. He was assassinated. Y'all keep on thinking it was just a plane crash, pallet error. Y'all keep on thinking that silly stuff. But it ain't what you know, is what you can prove. And I understand. And y'all worry about if Tom Brady can win another Super Bowl before he retires. But I understand. Lord knows I understand. This is the Teespring. The shirts and all the gear and stuff. I'll put that in the chat box. So much stuff going on. Get your gear, man. But let me read the disclaimer. I'm getting out of here, man. This is ridiculous. I can't believe I was on this long. Did about 3 days worth of shows. Oh yeah, y'all like this stuff, huh? Y'all like when Brother Ron be all running his mouth. Jesus Christ. Why? But thank you all. Also, let me read, shout out to the people that have donated recently. Love you madly. Thank you, Sister Yvette Strata. Thank you for tuning in, tuning out. Thank you, Brother Sean Fenty, dedicated for more of that wisdom you share. Yes, we each one teach one, still sharper still. So I want to thank all y'all. Love you madly. And those who will future support, donate, because it means a lot, trust me. I have no idea how y'all be saving a brother like me. Disclaimer, the views expressed by hosts and guests on the We All Be TV platform are not the official views, opinions, beliefs, or perspectives of We All Be News or the We All Be Group Incorporated. We All Be News is an organization that thoroughly believes in supplementing the information narrative that is usually supplied by corporate news entities with those viewpoints and expressions which may be marginalized or ignored for a plethora of reasons. We are about informing the general public on alternative perspectives as it relates to news and information, and letting the general public be the ultimate judge in deciding how to use said information. Informed citizens are responsible citizens. Thank you for your support. Thank you all once again. In the words of the great Duke Ellington, y'all keep on producing and pushing. No, in the words of great Duke Ellington, excuse me, we love you madly. And in the words of the Brother Ron, keep on producing and pushing. You see how it works? Somewhere, one love. I'll be true because we all be in it to win it.